Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to another Blue Morning Show. I hope everyone is doing well, but more importantly, Blue Morning to you all. Today we have quite a few things to talk about. We'll talk about the rumors that Romelu Lukaku's camp have arranged a meeting with our new owner, Todd Boehly, and also Hakim Ziyech, that the club are willing to sell Hakim Ziyech. And we'll also talk about the forwards that are rumored to be in on the list of Thomas Tuchel's forwards of choices. So sit back, don't go anywhere, and let's talk about it. Yes, people, welcome back to another Blue Morning Show. I hope you all are doing well. Again, like I said during the introduction, we'll talk about Romelu Lukaku's camp arranged meeting, a rumored arranged meeting with Todd Boehly, and the rumors that the club are willing to listen to offers, or actually have started to talk to club regarding the sale of Hakim Ziyech, one of my favorite players at the club, and also talk about the rumored list of attackers, forwards by as rumored by Thomas Tuchel, including Darwin Nunez, Raheem Sterling, Nkunku, and also Johnathan. So don't go anywhere, and let's get straight into it. First, I want to talk about. Let me first go through the chat and catch up with everybody there. And this is Sterling Nunez and Nkunku. That's from Chelsea Fans Club. Again, that's your choice. Good morning, a true blue morning to you, Liam. Liam, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well today. Unfortunately, I can't now see True Blue's comments in the back end, but I think I saw it here on YouTube proper. Let me see if I can read it here. It says Manchester City have made two signings, Edson Alvarez and Erling Haaland. Both are strikers, suggesting they are changing systems of Pep's adaptation yet following Watford Tuchel clearly stated no change. I think that's the truth. And again, it's important that you're flexible in your approach to the game. When things don't work the other way, you switch things up to get a result. But it doesn't look like Tuchel is willing to do that. Chelsea Fans Club says if Chelsea wants to compete for all titles, it is mandatory to overhaul all lines. Yes, even if an overhaul is what the club wants to do, I don't think it's something that they do drastically. It's something that be done beat by beat or progressively. If you ask me, if they make up the club, if the overhaul is done at a time or in a single transfer window, which isn't even possible, it will cause a whole lot of problems. So I really do not see that happening. And we have a morning to you, Lamb, blue morning to you. It's not the season Pulisic, Timo, Hakim. Again, yeah, that's the truth. Says Chelsea sanctioned and we're still winning. Yep, that's why we're Chelsea. Even after everything, we still did quite well. Some clubs will suffer a lot more given what we went through. It is the COVID, it is the sanctions, it is the whole overall you could call it a conundrum. It didn't help matters. Yet we made it a tough war, and not because somebody won again for us, because we did well enough to get to that place. World Sports Organization Best Club with International Reputation Award and Country Player with Best Reputation Award. You could keep saying all the good stuff about Chelsea Football Club and you will never stop till tomorrow. I even made a video on why people should become or remain Chelsea supporters, and I think you should see it. It's a good video. If you haven't seen it, I urge you to go look at it. I think you'd like it. It says, big up, bro. Big up to you too, Steven. I know you're trying to join the panel, but maybe your phone hasn't connected properly. Once it's connected, I will just click on it to get you up. Again, this is people are exchanging greetings in the chat. Esliman says, big up, Blues. Big up to you two, and blue morning to you too, Esliman. Nice to see you. Blue Bally Day morning. Yep, I think that's another way to say it. I appreciate that, ladies and gentlemen. Says Nick Blue. Nice to see you there. Morning, Nick. It's good news. Good news again. Yes, we're back. We're back. And again, I think the whole Premier League, or let me say our enemies, are freaking out right now because they know when we come back, we'll come back stronger. And believe me, I think we'll be better and stronger and well-run. We'll be an well-oiled machine. Says again, Young Money says, good morning to you. Blue morning to you too, Young Money. How are you doing? And February says, good morning, Coachila. Blue morning to you too, brother. Hello, the Blues. Ramsey, how are you doing? And please, as we continue, if you haven't, take a second to like the video, because the more you like the video, the more the YouTube algorithm will be triggered and the stream will be pushed to even more people. And the more people we have here, the more fun the show will become. So please just take a second and like the video. I'd really appreciate that. And my brother declared, the Aussie says, good morning, blue morning to you too, Declared. How are you doing, brother? You know where to find the link. Let me know if you want me to send it to you, to your personal account, DM, and I will do that. Big up Blues. And again, says, have Chelsea signed any players yet? None, but I think you could say the the deal is almost done, but we cannot complete any deal until the sanctions are lifted. But we can negotiate with clubs, we can talk with players, but nothing can be finalized. And here, put on our seatbelt. We're going on a big rebuild ride. Again, that's what it is. But again, I think where we differ here, where I differ with Declan, is that I do not agree that the change will be drastic. I think it will be systematic because we want to win something come next season. Another day and another good news. We're back. The Blues were back. We're even bluer, we're stronger, and we're even a much more better club. And to the guys, hello Blues family. What is the update about Neymar Jr.? We've talked about the possibility of the club signing Neymar Jr. here, and it's one transfer we think that will not happen. And here's another brother here, the Added Time podcast. Nice to see you here, brother. Right now, we have about 37 people watching. Please be sure to like the video to help us reach more people. But with that, I want to welcome. Yep, I already. Okay, all right, yeah, but I'm going to send it to you again. I want to welcome the people on the panel. I think we have quite an interesting stuff to talk today. And again, I want to say this. I love everybody on the panel, but I'd like us, to adapt a culture to always not to call ourselves names, because we love each other here, I know. But sometimes when emotions are high, we can't control it, because we love the club so much, and we eventually fall into the trap of calling ourselves names. But I know that we'll get to know each other better, and we'll become even better as we, be on the panel together. So I want to say welcome to my brother and good friend from the UK. How are you doing, Nick? I hope you're doing well today.
Yeah, hi, Coach. Yes, the news is here, like we said.
Yes.
Todd Boehly moving slowly to the office. Great news. We knew it was going to happen. I said by Friday. It happened by today. I'm not surprised. And now we have to start. They're going to talk today. They'll be talking. They're going to have a meeting with Lukaku as well, I heard.
Yes, I'll ask the question so you don't give it away. If you want to present today, I can leave it to you and give you the notes. Yeah. I love you, Nick. I was just joking, but we'll talk about it when we get there. But I just want to know how you're doing today.
Yeah, I'm fine. When Chelsea news is out, I'm even better. So I'm very calm. I was calm before anyway, but yeah, I'm fine. Good news.
Brilliant. How about you, Fairboy? How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well, Coachila. I'm doing really, really well. I woke up this morning
really well. He
with
says.
some
Well,
small.
go ahead,
The
brother.
weather is a little. The weather is a little cold. It's raining at my end, so that's it. But I'm happy because I've heard good news. I've heard so many good news, which we'll be discussing this morning. So of course, I'm doing well.
Yeah, I'm feeling. I'm feeling like I'm high on happiness, if you want to phrase it that way. Again, I think we all Chelsea fans are. I think if you truly love this club, I think you'd be on another level of happiness at this point. And I think it is like that for all Chelsea fans. And how about you? What's his brother's name again? Ramsey. Ramsey, welcome back to the panel. This is your second appearance on Chelsea Perspective. How are you doing today, brother?
I'm doing very, very, very good. Just wake up and hear that everything has been finalized now. I'm very happy for it. I'm doing very fine, my friend.
Yeah. Again, that's brilliant. Declared, how are you doing, brother? Nice to have you back on the panel.
Big up, everyone. You know, I'm getting a little addicted to come back here. I want Nick to tell me how much of a fan I am. So that's what inspires me to come back.
Nick said the other day you've been undeclared.
Yeah. I'm gonna call him Nick Red because he's always angry.
How are you doing, Declared?
Yeah, good. I know people. Maybe I should try make up some bad news. Everyone seems pretty happy about things, and we haven't done anything yet. But
so we need to go back to being unhappy so we can keep fighting, maybe.
Or maybe not unhappy, but maybe a little doubtful because the way I feel, right? And you touched on it a bit. You can't see. You said you can't see a massive rebuild, and we might be forced in a massive rebuild.
We might be forced to do that. Yep.
And so Todd Boehly's first action could be a rebuild of like, you know, say 5-6 new faces in the team, right? And the importance of that on his first window could affect for many seasons, you know, ahead of us. If we make big mistakes in this rebuild, if we're forced in a rebuild, and when I say rebuild, it's not a necessary rebuild, but in the number of players we have to bring in, right? If he's going to make big money signings and he makes an error, this isn't Roman Abramovich where he will just throw money at the problem, right? We might be stuck with problems longer, if that makes sense. So Lukaku right now,
everyone makes sense. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's the same way you don't see Lukaku leaving, yeah? As much as I want him to go, and I think maybe he wants to go, right? We might be stuck because he's a problem. He's high wage and that. And the next player we get in, right? And he might make a statement signing, right? So, like, I know Nick wants Lewandowski. And a player like that has done it all, could come here and maybe not feel it, and now we're stuck with a problem. But that might not even be a big problem because he'll be on a shorter contract. But we can get another player, say like everyone's been complaining about Rice, and I don't think Rice is that bad, right? And we can spend a lot of money on Rice.
It's not that bad. It's not too nice. The argument, I think, is just my argument for Rice is just that I don't think Chelsea is the best place for him, and I don't think he'd come to Chelsea. And again, the price and everything. But go ahead, brother.
Yeah, well, I think with Rice, in my example, is probably maybe one of the better players that might adapt well. See, like Tchouameni, we can be very hyped on Tchouameni. We can pay 70, 80. You know what? We can pay big bucks for Tchouameni, give him on a big wage to beat the other competitors, right? And he doesn't live up to his standards, and we give him a long contract, and we're going to be stuck with that problem for a long time. So I think where I have my doubts, it's not that it's make or break, but I think there has to be a lot of, you know, really good signings, and I hope they put a lot of good thought into it because they've been making mistakes. The team is full of mistakes at the moment, and whether you don't want a big change up or not, we need a big change up. We have 6 attackers that are not good enough, you know. And if you don't want to see a whole bunch of new faces, then we're gonna carry that same problem, the same goal scoring problem, into the next
here's
season.
my argument lies. I get your point, Declan, and we'll get to about the rebuild.
Yeah, my apologies. That was meant to be like a greeting.
No problem. No problem. That's fine.
That was an intro.
You're
I went on.
I know everybody on the panel is excited. Nick did the same thing too. I asked him how he was doing, and he, from telling me how he was doing, went into who he wants us to sign and how he told me this was going to happen. It's not anybody's fault. We're all happy, and that's okay. But I want to ask you from what you just said, and I'll go next to Nick immediately. So you think changing 6 players is that is amount, so you could say a rebuild?
That's half the team, pretty much. Half the starting, half the starting lineup. Let's say that. If that's a rebuild, if you're changing half the starting lineup, I feel that.
Do you agree? There's a chance. Yeah. That's a chance, because we've talked about this before, but let's be a bit specific now. There's a chance that after fixing the defensive line, we might not have time enough to make further changes up front. Yes, we've started hearing that Tuchel, he wants new forwards. But it's not going to be that simple. You and I, we know that.
No, it should be that simple, Coach, because it's not just Tuchel, yeah? Think since Lampard, right? Since Sarri, yeah? We've had a goal scoring problem. We haven't had proper goal scores 3 years, and the club did the right thing. They threw money at it. There's over 300 million worth of attackers that we spent on. More. There's some that, if you count Higuain's loan and stuff like that, in terms of wages, the club has done the right thing and thrown big money at the problem, right? The thing is that it hasn't worked out. And even with Lukaku, you can see the club did the right thing and said, we're going to spend big bucks on a player that has a great record for the last 2 years, right? And has a big record in the EPL, and he should be the guy that fixes our problem, right? You don't need, when everyone complains about scouts, you don't need a scout for Lukaku. You don't need a scout for Werner. Everyone can see what they've been doing. The only gamble is how they're going to adapt to the team and whether they can do it here or not, right? And that's the big thing. But what they're doing before you bought them was amazing. Werner had a great goal scoring record, right? So did Lukaku, right? So there's not like, you don't need proper scouts to find, to know whether Lukaku is going to adjust or not. It's just almost like a gamble, and it's talked between them. Tuchel should know more, right? But the club did the right thing and threw money at it. Now we have an accumulation of problems, and we can't go into the next season with the same group of people. You know what I mean? So we need some attackers. We need some hungry. I want Brozier back. I want some younger, like when I say younger, 25 and under, someone that needs to make their name, someone that needs to prove themselves. Just hungry players. If they have to fight for the position, fight for the position. But there has to be some hungry attackers that just live off goals. We just need someone that's why I don't want. Like, I know Lewandowski is one of the best. But I feel like there's a chance that he might not have to prove himself. Are
you trying to get on the good side of Nick?
Yeah, the very good side. I know Nick's praising me that, but and I agreed with Nick when he mentioned it. But when you think about it, we've been getting like Higuain. We've been getting what was it? It's going back Crespo. Like, we've been getting a lot of big name strikers in the past, right? And they come to Chelsea, and I don't know what it is. They don't have to prove themselves. Do you know what I mean? But if we get a younger striker that's up and coming, needs to still make a name for himself, he needs to fight for his position. Like, for example, if you get Brozier in the team, and he's fighting for Lukaku, yeah, Lukaku might actually step up. If Lukaku's position's in threat, and also Brozier is fighting for that position, right? These two players might actually perform so well next season, right? Because Lukaku could, Lukaku's issue could simply be that he was too comfortable. He started great. He probably pulled a player power with that interview, tried to get his way, didn't work out, right? Maybe, got like lost. I don't know about confidence, but maybe didn't like the situation and didn't want to play because of the lack of touches, you can see. But then when Boehly came in, he stepped it up a little again too. So, and I think Lukaku for a long time maybe thought he couldn't be benched until he was benched by Havertz.
Yeah.
Right? And then he came back and he performed a little bit. And so maybe just Lukaku needs some pressure. And maybe Broja can do it. And just something like that, coach, which is not a major change, is probably all we need. And so something has to, something has to give in the attack. Maybe some more people. But like I said, if Alonso, Aspie, Christensen, Rudiger, that's 4 players already. I think people like Ziyech, Werner, it's the World Cup year. They want game time.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
It's not that Chelsea wants a rebuild.
Don't give it away.
I was just ranting. I was on a roll.
No. I see you on
sorry,
fire today. No. You don't have to say sorry. Nick, how you doing, brother? Are you there with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Do you want to say something about what Declan said, or do you want me to ask you the next question? And can I catch up quickly? Go ahead. What do you want to do? But I want to catch up quickly with the chat. Go ahead. What do you want to do?
Say hello, not go on a story again. The same old story you say for the last. Every time he comes on, the same old rubbish story. Bloody hell, man.
Okay.
Hey, Nick, how many times you said you were right about the Boehly takeover? You said like 3 episodes in a row. Nick
is right this time. I got to give it to him.
Nick was right, but Nick told us a lot of times that he was right.
Yeah. I said 2 weeks ago. You wasn't here. I knew.
True. He said.
I know. I missed some, but when I was around, I heard you say it like 3 times.
So Nick, Nick, would you mind me catching up? We're catching up with the chat and coming back to you, brother. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. This is Lionel Joe. He says, I think Rice would be a quality for Chelsea. We'll talk about that later. He's not part of the agenda, but we can later on talk about him. Again, if you haven't, go check out Lionel Joe YouTube channel. Great content. He's not the one to jump on the trend because everybody's there. He expresses his opinion notwithstanding. Gabriel Oba says, Blue morning, everyone. We might end up signing just a defenders. That's a chance that happens if we don't have enough time. The man who relies more on data wouldn't need a statement signing. Rebuild will most likely take a 3 to 4 transfer windows. You could see it like that. It depends on how you want to do it. You can be strategic about it. You can complete it in a single window if you have the money. You can complete it in just 2 windows. Or it takes a while. It depends on how you want to approach it again. And please, I want to say, if you haven't, we have 30 likes now. You guys are absolute legend. We're moving quick. Today, we have more likes than than the time. We're into 22nd minute and we have 30-something likes. I think that's brilliant. You guys are absolute legend. And if you haven't, please do subscribe to the channel. We need to stop buying players from France. Kayoko, an example. You're looking for a fight here. I think we've bought some, brilliant footballers from France. Eden Hazard, an example. Malouda, Didier Drogba. I think if you ask me, Deschamps, didn't Deschamps play for Chelsea? He did, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. I think those players were good for us. Again, I think we should. I think we should still buy players from France, but we should be careful who we're paying for. Kronostan said hello, and I hope Kronostan, I did send you your prize money to the PayPal account you sent me. I hope you got it. I didn't get a response. Please check again. Hit the like button. Says one of the queens. Says Tobago, a king. Sorry, one of the kings of the house. I hope you've done that. Big up, Dan. True Blue says, Dina, take the cloud along to go negative, still knowing what Lukaku wants. I dislike constant abuse of players. I wouldn't call it an abuse. He spoke his mind. So that is not in any way an abuse. If you want to, we have Summit C says the problem with our wingers, they have no finishing skills. Ziyech, Pulisic, Cho, and Werner all are horrible in front of goal. Sometimes needs to change in recruiting. That may well be the case, but again, that's your opinion, not mine. Akira says one thing I detest so much about Chelsea is the fact that we are always talking about players for months before signing them. Werner, City, whenever City or Liverpool wants a player, they just go ahead and sign them. I don't think that has nothing to do with the club itself. I'm not sure. I think it has to do with the journalists we have around the club. but I think I'll have Nick answer this question in a bit. We have a tribute saying a summit to you. Didn't see Ziyech finishing versus Tottenham Borough Cup, etc., etc. Again, he has to express his opinion. My priority, your priority. Okay, Matthew Lee, Benjamin, or maybe you work for Chelsea. We're going to know. My priority is the defense and attackers in this window. Again, that's you. Oh, sorry, Nick, I left you outside for long. Somebody says if you see our wingers, whenever they get the ball at their feet, instead of charging forward, they go towards the corner. Again, sideways sometimes or backwards. Again, quite a lot of issues. I'm not going to be reading every comment here because I don't have a studio engineer. I do everything alone. So I'm going to try to pick a line comment. It says, I've been a long time, Chelsea hasn't won it's been a long time we haven't won the English League. Our fans have missed it, not the season. Yeah, I get your point there. Again, another great point. Fourth highest scorer in European League. Yep, that's Hakim Ziyech, and highest for Morocco. Again, Chelsea still wants to keep the good players right now. No more champions next season. I think with how many players we sign, I think it'd be a miracle if we win anything next season. I did get it. Sorry, I didn't reply. Okay, fine. Glad you got your prize money. Welcome, Sterling and Nkunku. Again, we'll talk about that. We all do not want Sterling. Chelsea fans, you cannot change large. You cannot change the large numbers. You create more problems than a solution. My target, I was Coachila, Perisic, Koulibaly, Koundé, Tchouaméni, or Ndidi. That's out of the 200 million odd. And then if we sell Werner, etc., get us Mahrez or Sterling. Here's the thing: you've been told that the 200 million is even after sale of players. So you must not you must learn that. Please follow me on Twitter. Okay, yep. Follow each other on Twitter. Coachila constantly attacking players he dislikes. That's not good enough. It's abuse. Again, I think all of us here have players we don't like, and talking about and critiquing them doesn't mean it's not an abuse, if you ask me. But if you see it that way, that's you. Winter Suffer said declared with the longest intro in YouTube history. And Nick said it. I think look. Why is everybody here fighting declared? Nick said the same thing. Nick also had a long intro because everybody is happy. Nick, did you see what Andrew is saying?
Yeah,
he's supporting you.
Yeah, Andrew's correct. But when you
it was intentional.
Declare when you don't know.
I declared war on that intro, and I was going to go. If Coach didn't cut me off, I was going to keep going. It was just great.
All right. Let me just.
I was going to try to go even longer.
More likes, people. Yep, more likes. The more you like the video, the more people will join us. And if you haven't, please do subscribe to the channel. We're almost at 2,000 subscribers. Kurdistan, morning. The $200 million includes sales. Yep, it's not going to come just a straight $200 plus sales. So that's why we had to go through it yesterday, thinking, okay, how much is this going to get us? Summit C, good afternoon from India. Gentlemen, nice to see you here, brother. You're welcome to the channel. I hope everything is all right at your end in India. India is a great country. Yep. Lots of my friends and brothers are India. I have two Ankit friends. One I met at the job where I work, and one is a content creator, but that's by the way. Now, Nick, coming back to you, there's a comment I wanted you to talk about. Again, Nick, why is it? He says here, one thing I detest so much about Chelsea is the fact that we are always talking about players for months before signing them. And then he gives an example of the people who do the opposite. When City or Liverpool when they want a player, they just go ahead and get them. Why is it? Is this leaks or something?
No.
Why is it that?
No, yeah, this is all to do with fans. You know, fans are always going to talk. Even Liverpool fans talk a lot as well before they actually sign a player. And Chelsea is the same. What Chelsea does, they're not going to listen to us. They're going to buy who they think is right. But, you know, fans will always talk. It's natural. You know, we
Speak
have
for yourself. They're going to listen to me.
Declare, when I'm talking, I don't want you coming in all the time.
Okay,
If I would
Bro,
leave
you
your
did it
just
headphones,
let him
I'll
finish.
ask
Go,
you.
go ahead, Nick. Go ahead, Nick. It's not a fight.
Hey
Go
Nick,
ahead.
you're gonna have to get used to it. You know, like you did it to me. I'm gonna do
No,
it back
don't do
here.
that. Charles, I'm going to leave right now because I
uh,
can't take this idiot.
All right,
This
let's
is
not
too much.
fight like kids. Yeah, we're not
No,
kids.
he's
People are
look.
waiting for us.
It's
Go
your
ahead,
show.
Nick. Go ahead. You were saying something.
I can't say when he's batting in every time. Every time I
All right,
talk.
go ahead. Go ahead, Nick. Go ahead.
God, man, you see, you like to mess around with people because his friends, the Blue Lounge,
No, no,
Jem.
no, no, no.
Yes,
Don't no
no,
name calling Nick. Nick, just
go
go ahead,
and stay
please.
with them, you silly little fucker. I had enough with this.
Can't don't act Charlie. Should just talk. I'm letting you talk.
Go and fuck Jim up the ass. He's a fucking idiot. That's what he is.
All right, I'm going to come to you, LSC. LSC, what do you think about this comment on the screen? Why do you think that happens?
Yeah, I think it's a very good and astute observation. I was thinking about it the other day when Man City signed Haaland. There was no noise, nothing. Whether it has to do with Raiola not being with us anymore. It could be that. But we also saw how they got Grealish. There was not much talk. They just got it. But for us, we want to negotiate. We want to cut the price down. Marina test. When it works, we like her. When it doesn't work, we berate her. But it is what it is. But I think we need to be more astute when it comes to these transfers. Because most of my preferred players, they're already going left, right, or center to other clubs. I understand the situation we are in, but I'm also convinced that whether or not we are in this situation or not, all right, it's still going to be the same thing. So I agree wholeheartedly with this comment here. We are very, very slow. I don't know what the problem is, what the issue is. All right, so I don't know.
That is, I do disagree a bit with saying we're very, very slow. I think you could say, I think for me, I think it is somewhat a leak because, again, there's a chance Liverpool also have started scouting a player for a very long time and started talking within their camp for a long time, but nobody hears about it until it is close to completion. But in our case, there are lots of journalists in a camp that leak a lot of stuff that goes on in a camp, and that doesn't help us. But go ahead.
Yeah, that, I'm not going to discount the fact that could be a possibility that they've been having these conversations for a long time, all right? But we saw it with the case of Havertz, we saw how long it took, so that was why I wasn't even, paranoid when this transfer of ownership was taking too long because, a deal of 80 million pounds, if it could take that long, so imagine a 4.5 billion pounds deal. So I understand that part, but we in the window, we know we've lost a lot of targets. All right. For example, a player like Aguero, who we are, destined to sign Aguero. It was almost a done deal. And we saw what he did with Man City. All right. So it's been like that for some serious players that were linked with. Then they go to our position. Then we start getting panicked, and then we make the wrong move. The cycle continue. The manager doesn't like the player. Same old story. So I'm looking for change. The only time that we make our business early, when we brought in Fabregas and Diego Costa, you saw what happened. We won the league. So it is what it is. That's the only time I can actually think that we even the early times of Roman, players were coming in left, right, or center, and some of these players were not known names, For example, Mourinho was asking for Drogba, and Roma was like, who? I don't know him. And he said, you don't need to know him. Just shut up, pay the money. All right? And that's what it is. So that's what I want from Tuchel. This is another dimension. I believe we can win the league next year. This idea of us having a rebuild and complications. I understand the gap, between us and the top two teams.
Mm-hmm.
But this fan base will not be ready to give Tuchel, all right, a chance. All right. Even though now we are happy that in a way, that Roma is still not at the end right now. We don't know what might be Tuchel's future right now. We don't know. All right, because this season would have been considered, even though we won 2 trophies, would have been considered a failure, and they won't be happy about it. So we just have to pipe down, do the business that we want to do, the players we identify, get them straight away. No need to mess around.
Yeah, I think that may well be the case. I'm going to come back to the panel in a bit. Let me go to Ramsey. Ramsey, I'm going to start with you. Let's get into the business immediately. We're hearing that Lukaku's camp, that they've arranged a meeting. If they have already, or maybe that might well be. There's a chance that's a rumor. But if that's true, Ramsey, what do you think? Do you think it's okay for Lukaku's camp to arrange a meeting with Todd Boehly, not even the manager? Okay, I think we don't have him there, Lionel. Welcome to the panel. You go ahead and take that one, brother. What do you think about that?
Sorry, Coach, were you asking me?
You can go ahead. I'll bring in Lionel later. I asked Lionel, but maybe he didn't hear me. I'm asking, what do you think about the news that Lukaku's camp, they're arranging a meeting with Todd Boehly, not even Thomas Tuchel?
Well, the last stream we talked about this. I felt that everyone's going to have a meeting. I feel like every player is going to have a meeting with Todd Boehly, even Tuchel. I think there are probably more than one meeting. I think Todd Boehly needs to address what he expects, and they can address their concerns as well. And so with Tuchel, I think the whole plan, everything is going to change. And so he has to have a meeting. And you know what? He's the biggest guy because he's the biggest asset. He's priority number 1. He's the biggest asset. He came out with an interview. He wasn't happy, right? So there's something there, and there's something that he needs to be addressed. And maybe, like I said, when we can be forced into into signing more players, Lukaku has a history of, even at Man United, he didn't stay and try to work his position. He went. If it didn't suit him, he left. And this could be the case again. He probably feels that I can't work with this manager, and he might want to leave. Or he might have a whole bunch of. He might address all these issues to Todd Boehly, and I hope Tuchel changes. But if it comes to a case where it's him versus Tuchel, and maybe he doesn't want Tuchel, maybe he addresses that, right? Who knows what's going to happen? But he's the guy that needs to have that meeting more than anyone. And I hope maybe he can get on board. And like I said, if he is going to get on board, I hope we also have another, like Broja or another attacker that can put some pressure on him and get the best out of Lukaku. But if he doesn't want to be here, see you later, because I don't want another season the way he did. He needs to improve, and everyone agrees with that.
Yeah, we've established, first of all, selling Lukaku is not easy. We're practically stuck, whether we like it or not. The question
if he wants to, Coach, it can happen.
If he wants to, he should find the buyer.
Yeah, so
remember, we still
I agree.
Inter. Go ahead.
Go ahead. So I agree. Yeah, I was just going to say, I agree that it's hard, right? But now, if he wants to go, right, then it becomes easy, because if it's more about where he's going and where he wants to go, then he'll be willing to take a small pay cut, right, or even a big pay cut, depending how bad the situation is. And if he really wants to go, and the club can make it happen, that's when it can happen. But if the club is trying to, if the club is trying to get rid of him, and he's not that keen on going, that's when it's really hard.
Here's another thing that makes it even difficult. We still owe Inter Milan 17 million. So if we're going to sell him, and it's not to Inter Milan, where the case will be, maybe some sort of discussion. We still owe you. How are we going to do it? Let's balance it out. But if you're selling it to another club, you're going to have to make enough, because it's not Inter's business whether you make enough out of from selling him or not if you sold him to another club. But that's, by the way, my point of talking about his meeting with Todd Boehly is we've had issues with player power at the club. So if a player who wants game time or who wants something to change, let's not talk about how good he is or how bad he is. I think we've gone beyond that fight. We're stuck with him whether we like it or not. I guess that's my argument. My question is, we've had player power issues at the club. So his camp arrangement meeting with Todd Boehly, even if it was Todd Boehly that I called for the meeting, I think it's a serious problem. I don't know if you get the point where I'm seeing it from.
Yeah, no, I get it 100%. Is why I'm so upset with him, because people played down that interview. It's not what he said in the interview. It's the reason he did the interview in the first place. He's not really dumb. He's a smart fella. You know how many languages he can speak so many languages as well. He knows what he's doing. His camp knows what he's doing. Everything is with intent, right? And he did that interview exercising player power, right? So that was what annoyed me the most. It's not about what he said in the interview exactly. It's why he did it. Every little criticism you got to read into everything. There he echoed something that Conte said, right? Which when Conte first started, he planted the seed, and this is what everyone else started to go on, when she said Chelsea don't know how to use Lukaku. Then he did the interview, and then it became, people were saying that Tuchel's not playing to Lukaku's strength, right? People in little messages indirectly, right, came to that conclusion after Conte said it and Lukaku did the interview, right? So everyone started to say, we don't have creators, he doesn't get service. The media started echoing it, right? These are the people that set it up. So this and my biggest issue in the Roman era was player power. We have managers that come and go all the time, right? It was back in the day, we pretty much had Drogba, Terry, Lampard were our managers. They controlled the dressing room. And you know what? Lukaku when he was younger, he was a part of that dressing room, right? And he probably saw that, and he probably came here thinking that player power still exists. And the biggest positive I hope that happens now under Tuchel and this new owner is that managers get more power in transfers, and get more power in the sense of in the dressing room as well. Because that is, as much as I loved the Roman era, that were the few negatives I loved. I didn't like how managers were sacked so quick, right? And I hated that the players got to control the narrative.
Yeah, it's again. I think I am really concerned about that because as much as the case may be, if let's assume that it was Todd Boehly that arranged the meeting. If his plan is to, how do I phrase it? To just try and help, install, a suitable mindset on Lukaku to get him fired on Arsenal, and that it's still a mistake. You shouldn't be speaking to players directly like that. No matter that's my thought. Lionel, I don't know if you can hear me right now.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, welcome to the panel, brother. And again, if you're watching and if you haven't, please be sure to go check out Lionel Jewel YouTube channel. Great content, and like I said before, he's not one of those to jump on the train because everybody is on in the train. He speaks his mind and try and as factual as possible. Lionel, give us your thoughts on the rumors that Lukaku's camp has arranged a meeting with Todd Boehly or vice versa. Either way, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of Lukaku, so I'm a bit biased when it comes to like this conversation. But if I try and look at it objectively, I think that every player has the right to have the best possible situation for themselves. at the moment. Lukaku is a big player at Chelsea, whether he's scoring or not. He's still a big personality, still someone important. Obviously, the price tag adds to that. Him being at Chelsea beforehand, and all of these things add on to all of these pressures that are coming, to fruition with the coach. Sorry, I didn't get the previous guy, the guy's name who was talking earlier. Like he said, we've had an issue with player power, and I think that's a big negative from the Roman Abramovich era. Is that player power, and there's a complacency with the players. And that you can see even now with the youngsters like Cho and so on and so forth. So yes, it's not great for the team dynamic, but I think personally, if Lukaku feels that he needs to have a conversation with the new owner about what his issues are, because he can't have that conversation with Tuchel, it's important to hear him out and to hear what his issues actually are, and if it's possible to make those changes in order to help him perform better in turn, and that in turn will help Chelsea perform better.
I am. Are you still talking, or you're good?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Yeah, again, I'm really concerned. I think he shouldn't be interfering with football matters in terms of speaking with players directly. I think that creates a problem, if you ask me. But I'll come back. I'll go to LSC, and if all of us on the panel, if we can, I think Lionel did a good job in keeping his answers snappy, because we have quite a lot to talk about today. Let's see, let me just catch up with the chat. And here we have the Added Time podcast saying, wouldn't it be better to overthink, discuss about signing a player than to hastily sign any player? That's brought up again. That's a good argument. And sorry if we, if we get derailed from the topic a bit, because this is an interactive show. Every now and then we have to bring in the input in the chat. And again, if you're in the chat, please try to align your question or input to what we're talking at the point, so as to not to derail us. Joseph O says we need a rebuild. Again, we have 46 likes. If you haven't, take a second to like the video to help us reach more people. And the more people we reach, the more the show will be fun. Right now, we have, again, 1,806 subscribers. We've gained a few today. We get into 2,000 subscribers. We can actually make it happen today. Just about 194 subscribers to get there. I think we can do it. Here we have Summit C said Chelsea and transfer are the talks of progressing contract negotiation ongoing and on. And here Amsterdam police says it is wrong to abuse Lukaku, but okay to verbally abuse Declared. Again, I think I've looked beyond that, and I know I can handle it. But unfortunately, I think we're all too close of friends for everybody to listen when I was saying calm down. I don't want to call names of who didn't listen or not. I don't think that's okay. Again, we've moved beyond that, I believe. So 11 Sunday, please, nobody should talk about Rice at Chelsea again. That guy is not good. Again, that's your opinion, but we'll talk about that someday. Our scouts were willing to pay 40 million for Esaj when Reece James was right there in front of them. Again, that's your opinion. Let me see if there's anything that's aligned to what we're talking right now. That's good. Tobago says that Lukaku will talk with Todd Boehly and Tuchel, and I think it's a good thing. I don't think it's not Todd Boehly alone. I don't think it's a good thing, even if he's talking to them both. It gives some, should I say, not notion, the sense that at least he's got some power over the manager. He can always reach the owner to complain about something. In terms of football, he should strictly be talking to the manager alone. It's not the owner. The owner might complain that the player isn't doing well. Let the scout handle that, find a replacement or something like that. I think it's a risk, if you ask me. Havertz took time. Leverkusen were still in Europe. Neither wanted to talk to club or players. Again, this is about the delays in us signing players. I don't think there's anything serious to address here at this point. If you have any question, please do you go hear what sounds like a pidgin English. I agree with this. Why would he want to sit down with Boehly when he needs to speak with the manager? That's a red flag for me. Again, that's how I see it. Even the manager wouldn't like it, even if he pretends he's fine with the meeting and all that. And all that. Okay, I'll bring you in a bit. I am definitely against a player power at the club. I already see Lukaku, presence influencing Ziyech again, something like that. You could argue that Miracle says is the takeover official? Nothing is official yet. The papers, I think Roman has to sign off on the paper, and I think some paperwork. And this is not the sale of something you're buying from a store. I think Roman and his people would like to would take time to go through the documents and all that, because the slightest misuse of language could cause a huge problem. So it's not, but I think we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. We've passed the main hurdle. Whatever that is left, you could argue is just the easy stuff, if you want to put it that way. Lukaku is disrespectful for Chelsea. Again, you don't have to be, because we're not sure. What we're hearing may well be all lies or rumors. We're not sure whether it's true or not. But if it is true, that's what we're saying, that it's not okay. I think it's sending the wrong message to the players that you can reach the owner. Your camp can arrange a meeting with the owner and bypass the manager. Even if the manager is part of the meeting, I don't think it's a good thing. There's no hate for Lukaku. If he is a professional and focused, all he needs to do is produce results, and the fans will love him back. But he wants a huge hug first. How pathetic. Again, that's another way to put it. Guys, please, can you just tell me how many players that Chelsea want to buy? Again, all we're hearing are all rumors, speculations. We're not sure. And again, even though we're saying that is the rumors are that Thomas Tuchel has a list that includes player A, B, C, D, E, F. We don't know whether it's true or not. Again, you go here. Well, thank you for the great inputs. Unfortunately, I cannot read all the comments because I do this myself until I get a studio engineer. As for me, I'm not talking about him having a meeting with the new owner. All I'm saying is he should go to where it will work for him. Again, it makes sense. That's a good argument. Lukaku had never. Sorry.
Oh.
Okay, Lukaku haters likes declared. He goes along. Lukaku never mentioned attackers, etc. Again, I don't want Tuchel to get power over transfers. He rates bomb players and will set us back. Again, you want to sign players for him? I think I'm going to highlight this so that we'll talk about it later. So now, quickly, LSD, let me come to you. I think there's too many comments. I'm going to try and catch up later.
You make my point first, please.
Okay, Nick, go ahead.
Yeah, coming, what Dick was saying about Lukaku, he's wrong. He's very wrong to hate this. And we do have people like him. We do have fans, supposed to be fans. They're not fans. They're not real Chelsea fans if you hate your own players. Anyway, Lukaku's going to sit down with Boehly and Tuchel and discuss everything. Come to Lukaku. They're going to give him the chance. Tuchel wants to give him the chance anyway to prove himself. Maybe by January, if he doesn't start scoring, maybe they can look into someone else like Lewandowski. For me, right now, I take Lewandowski right now. If Lukaku wants to go, but I don't think he wants to go. He wants to prove himself. So we're stuck with him, like you said. We can't sell him. And we're going to sell him. We're going to lose a lot of money. They're going to talk to him to see if they can get him going and get him and get the other players better. That's what the meeting's about. It's not about getting rid of Lukaku. But he has to prove it. Let's see what he does. And we can't buy too many attackers. The defense has to be sorted out. And it's going to be a slow rebuild. Won't be 6-7 players in now. That's for sure. We probably fix the defense if we get the right players, like Koulibaly and Koundé, and maybe Koeman, another one we can go for. But in the midfield, we need someone to cover for Kante because he's getting on. and that we could go for Ndidi. Well, so we're not going to buy more than 3 or 4 players right now.
Yeah, I think.
Come back at me.
Yeah, go ahead. You're done.
Yeah, I'm just saying, all this Lukaku talk, nonsense. I'm hearing from the media. I don't expect it to hear from fans saying, talking rubbish about Lukaku.
All right, let me try and catch up now. Skipped a few comments. I'll come back to you, LSC, in a bit. And I think we have to move to the next topic as soon as possible. We cannot keep getting rid of players because of their diverse views. And I don't think that's the case. I think this is an allegation here. Diverse view in terms of what? You have to be specific in terms of style of play or belief. Not sure what you're saying. Lukaku is indirectly affecting the team again. And my brother Mikhail, thank you for finding time to join us there. He says, smash those like, people. Big up to all of you. Yes, people. And you guys are absolute legend. We have 53 likes. Let's try and get 200 likes today. Please, the more you like the video, just show some love. Show that you're happy that we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Finally, we're getting over the conundrum called the sale of our beloved club, and the restrictions will be lifted soon, and the sanctions, again, everything will be free to negotiate with players, getting new players. Just like the video to show how happy you are, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Again, you guys are absolute legends. Thank you for 50 plus likes already. Chelsea FC Marcel Lukaku, please, my people. Okay, again, thank you for saying thank you, but then again, it's not up to us. A lot of factors have to fall into place for that to happen. It's Lukaku's fault also. He hardly moves and stands still and doesn't even work hard. Again, everybody has their opinion about Lukaku. What happens when the player doesn't want to see those views as ethical, rather rational? This guy sounds like a leader. I am liking your opinion. You go here, word. I sincerely do like that. Kimpembe, again, this is people suggesting Matthew Libby, it cannot loan him to somebody. We still owe 70 million. Yes, like I said before, the money we owe Inter Milan complicates the sale of Lukaku. And selling him to another club, you cannot sell him to another club and lose money. That's not Inter Milan's business. You owe them 70 million, you owe them 70 million. Whether you make money from selling him or not, that's not their freaking business. You have to pay them how much you owe them. You go hear what says Kai played last game. Yes.
Coach, you make it sound like we're going to get nothing for Lukaku.
Who's going to want him? And who's going to pay you how much money you want?
I still think he has value. I think you can still get 60, 70, even 80. Done well depending on the demand, right? He still has value in the market. There's not that many strikers in the market too, right? If the right manager thinks he can get the best out of him, you can still get close to what we paid for him. Yeah, you're going to make a small loss. The biggest thing for us is that he's our highest paid player.
That's another issue you just
carry
mentioned.
our team. Yeah, so if we're going to bring in so many new transfers, there's also management in the wage bill. So Lukaku could help us with the rebuild if he wants to leave, right? If he wants to stay, look, I'll admit that Lukaku started pretty well, and I had my doubts about him, but the first 7 games he did well, and I'll go, we're gonna start scoring some goals, and all that, and you know what? I didn't have a high expectation of Lukaku like everyone else did, but we did pay so much money for him, right? You're gonna also take this into account. Lukaku could be the reason why we didn't get other transfers. Because we threw so much money at Lukaku.
Let him finish. You come in. You know what? Just to avoid the fight, let whoever is talking finish. Then you can come in with your counter argument. And please, let's try as much as we can not to call anybody names. Go ahead,
let me land. So then you can at least know why, right? Mm-hmm. We were in for Hakimi, 80 million. Kunde. There was probably a lot more signings before. We got Lukaku late, remember? So there was a lot of work in the background as well. Maybe they were going for Haaland. Maybe they were going for other players. There was obviously money bids thrown at other players. We got Lukaku. And then there was probably no room for anyone else. We had to get Saul on loan. And maybe that was our budget. Maybe we were going for cheaper options, right? Maybe we didn't have a big budget. The whole budget maybe was thrown on Lukaku. So other areas went bid on after that because we got it late. So that is a possibility. That is a theory, but there is evidence there that we went for other players. Hakimi was going to be 80 million. Koundé was going to be 50, right? And that was based on, and we sold so many players. We had outgoings of about 100 million as well. So there was obviously money there to spend. We didn't need to sell all those players. We could have used those players too, the ones we got rid of. So us throwing so much money at Lukaku with a limited budget that we had for whatever reason, we've been like that for a few seasons now, right? Could prevent us from other players. He's on a massive wage. He is 100 mil, and he didn't perform. That's what's most upsetting. So if we do get rid of him, then there is that all the players that everyone's been asking for could happen. People like him, Werner, even Kante on the highest wages, and they're not pulling their weight and are preventing from other big signings, possible big signings.
Yeah. Okay. Again, that's another good argument from your own. I'll come to you. Let me just catch up with the chat quickly, if you don't mind, Tobago, please. Can I go ahead?
No problem.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Again, we have 163 people watching, and we have just 59 likes. We can do better than that. If you haven't, please do take a second to like the video. Again, like the video to help us reach more people. And the more people we have here, the more fun the conversation will be, because this show is not about the panel. It's also about those in the chat. We read your conversations. We read your inputs. We read your questions and try to address them however we can. And if you haven't, do subscribe to the channel. Again, before I continue, I want to also say thank you. Thank you again for 68 likes. Again, if I need to be reminding you all the time, I will continue doing that. Again, like I said, you guys are absolute legend, and I appreciate you all. I appreciate you all, the support that I get from you. Right now, we have 171, so we should have at least 100 likes. Let's shoot for 200 by the end of the show, and don't forget to subscribe if you haven't. Choma, good morning to you. And pardon me, I have to speak my dialect language whenever I say hello to Choma. Choma, I'm need them. Thank you again for finding time to join me here. And again, says just saying hello to Chama and clapping. And here says Evans Mbappe says we must win a Premier League or Champions League next season. Not when you change that too many players, but you start lowering down. Like Nick said yesterday, lower down your expectations right now. If we make too many changes, as we're all calling for the club to make, it will be a miracle for us to even win anything next season. We cannot win the league next year. Let's be realistic. We're rebuilding. Again, that's a delicious comment right there. I feel like Lukaku cannot turn the tables around. I wouldn't mind him being given another chance. You can imagine Lukaku playing with a player who can supply, for example, Fabregas in his prime. That's a very good example, but the problem is we don't have Fabregas. And Lukaku himself, is he a good player? Yes, Lukaku is a very fine player. But will he walk under Thomas Tuchel? No, I don't think so. He will replicate the form he had at Inter Milan, at Chelsea. Why? Because Thomas Tuchel doesn't play with an out-and-out 9 like Romelu Lukaku. And it's come out to say he's not going to change. But if Lukaku starts firing on all cylinders, I'll take it. Because right now, I know, again, that's me. I think it's very difficult. It will be very difficult to find a buyer. And we cannot, and like True Blue said, we cannot loan him out because we still owe Inter Milan money. It says here, Lukaku representatives want to set up a meeting. Exactly, that's my point. I have a problem with that. I do have a problem with that. That shouldn't be happening. Even if it is happening, it shouldn't come out. The coach shouldn't even know about it. I don't understand why he's being slandered. Again, I don't think it's a slander. We're talking, again, arranging a meeting with the manager. To me, it's a red flag. We've had player power issues. What if he speaks with Todd Boehly and he ends up having a discussion with Thomas Tuchel, asking Thomas Tuchel, you got to accommodate him. We spend so much money. Or even calling Thomas Tuchel and asking him, is there a way we can change the system around to get Lukaku firing on all cylinders? I don't think Thomas Tuchel would take it lightly. Again, we have to be honest to ourselves. Ramsey Stevens says he fails and he's busy organizing a meeting with Boehly. He needs to leave club. Again, it's not that simple. I must let you know. Amsterdam police says, are you a Chelsea fan, Anik? Because it seems like you hate Mount. Oh, again, I don't want to talk about that. That's Nick's. You can answer that in the chat. Chelsea, the must think about a new
that I have to go answer that back.
striker again. That's something we've addressed here
answer
before.
him back.
Sorry?
Can I answer that? Yeah, let me answer. What's his name?
You answer him in the chat because I don't think it's irrelevant. You're just gonna waste your time talking to him.
Now I have to answer him back. Look, if you go in my account and see what I think about Mason Mount, then you understand my friend. Don't talk when you don't know what's going on.
Okay, that's a good response.
Mount. I said he wasn't playing good, and he wasn't the player of the season this year for me. That's what I said. That doesn't mean I hate the player. I don't hate no Chelsea player who wears the blue shirt, like some idiots who you have on this panel. So don't tell me, I hate Mount.
Okay, so I'm going to catch up and I'm going to bring someone else in. I think I beg people to stop calling out this name. I love everybody, but I don't want to see that happen here again. Cannot wait for new players. I hope Chelsea win EPL next season. Dogu, well, yeah. I mean, I'm an Igbo boy. Yes, I've lived in the United States for a long time, but I was born and I grew up in Nigeria. Again, with both domestic cups next season, I get 80 points in the league. Let's see how well we do if we make too many changes. Now, I'm going to come back to the panel, Tobago. Sorry for keeping you wait. Quite a lot of comments to take, address there. And that's why maybe I'll make you the studio engineer so you can help me. You say you're here to defend Lukaku. You go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yes. I wanted to say something different, but now, after what Dieter said,
you're not going to call people names, right?
No, I don't. Oh, no. Okay. He said the reason why we are not selling or buying other players is because of Lukaku. That transfer fee for him, he hindered us to buy other targets. Now this is my question to him: who is the board? Who was running the board? Why they didn't buy those players? Now you're going to blame one player for not getting those targets. Is Lukaku's a job to buy those targets? And also, for me personally, I don't see a reason why we should hate a player to organize a meeting with the owners. And I don't see it's going to be only Todd Boehly. I think maybe Tuchel will be there. But anyway, that's my reasoning. At the end of the day, Lukaku is a player. He needs to secure his future. If Chelsea plans are what you call, Lukaku is not there. He needs to know so that he can leave. But I want him. You said I don't call people names, but I want him to answer my question. It's Lukaku's problem so that we didn't sign other players. It's Lukaku's job that we didn't sign other players. You should answer me.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer your question. Look,
cool.
Let me just get this out first, right? I believe no Chelsea fan hate other Chelsea players.
But I find man.
I find that hard. Yeah, I find that hard for anyone, right? Anyone. I'm not talking about myself. I go on Lukaku strong. I wasn't happy with him, but the hate, that's another level to hate the player. I want him to do well, right? We all want all our players to do well, and I'm sure that is universal with every Chelsea fan. There's none of this hate. Some players, I get people like some players more than others, right? But I know that every Chelsea fan doesn't hate play like that. Hate is something like when you're watching the game and you see that player get the ball, it gets you upset. Like there's almost that. And hate that is beyond it, right? Coach, you got your Twitter up too.
Oh, on the screen.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So what I said was that it was a possibility that the amount of money we threw to Lukaku maybe prevented other transfers. Purely speculation, a theory. I'm saying that we threw a lot of money and we didn't get anything, like we didn't get a return on our investment. Let's say, right? That's what I'm saying to Mike. I didn't say that was the reason why we didn't, right? If you remember, Lukaku was a bit of a late signing. So there was a lot of things, a lot of other things happening, and maybe more money in different priorities. So that's where I was going with, and someone on his wages, and 100 mil, there is a possibility we needed other players, and after all that we ended up with Saul on loan, and Lukaku, and we declined from last season. People, you can make a case that we declined.
But you're not answering my question.
We were so helpful. We were all talking about a title challenge. Do you know what I mean?
You're not answering my question. Is Lukaku our sporting director? Is Lukaku the reason why we signed him?
No, I said Lukaku's fee and wages is what prevented him, not Lukaku himself. It's probably not Lukaku's fault. But I said it's the amount of money we invested in him. We didn't get in return. People like to compare Lukaku.
You didn't say that. You didn't say that. I was listening to you carefully. You didn't say that. You said Lukaku is the reason that we didn't buy our tickets.
No. I said it was a possibility that Lukaku's fee, right?
Yeah, no, you didn't say that. But anyway,
yeah, that's what I said.
For another day. I won't argue with you, my man.
No, there's no need to. That's what I said. And if I said it wrong, that's what I meant. At least we cleared it up, yeah, Tobago?
Again,
because that's what I mean.
Let me ask you this, Tobago. Overall, it's not a fight, right?
Yeah, it's not a fight. I love every Chelsea fan.
Thank you. And here's what I want to say again. Again, the truth is, I think it's strong. It's a strong statement to say somebody hates Lukaku because they critique Lukaku. Let me finish.
Something. All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm okay. You can finish.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I don't understand this whole like kumbaya stuff that we're like, we need to have as Chelsea fans, right? I'm able to say that I hate to play, and I'll tell you why I hate to play. I support Chelsea Football Club. I don't support Lukaku. I don't support Pulisic. I don't support whoever. If you're hindering the progress of Chelsea Football Club and you're not doing the job that you are supposed to do, because it is a job at the end of the day. If someone is not doing their job adequately, they shouldn't be in that job. It's as simple as that in everything in life, and it should be. And it should be with football players too. Lukaku is not doing the job that he was brought in to do. It's as simple as that. Pulisic is not doing the job that he was brought in to do. It's as simple as that. This whole, we cannot hate players because blah, blah, I think that's hogwash. At the bottom line is football players need to be able to do what football players are brought in to do. When Klopp arrived at Liverpool, he had a team that, unfortunately, that team wasn't working. He got rid of those players and he put in players that worked towards what his ambitions were. Same with Pep, and same with, and that's the same issue that Conte is having at Tottenham. So at the end of the day, we cannot be, we should understand and we should do this and we should do that as Chelsea fans. Our priority is Chelsea Football Club, not what Lukaku feels is appropriate for him to do or the conversations that he needs to have. He's not doing the job and he needs to go. And it's as simple as that. Whether it's hard for him to go or not, that's another conversation. But the bottom line as Chelsea fans is that we support Chelsea Football Club. And if you're hindering the progress of Chelsea Football Club, you need to go.
Again, I couldn't agree less with that, or less or more with that argument, because it makes perfect sense. We support Chelsea, and collectively, the whole players, they all fall under that umbrella called Chelsea. And again, you have every right to say you don't like one player, and you have every right to say you hate a player, but you hate them, you can't touch them. It becomes abuse when you go on Twitter or somewhere else, calling the names, changing their names to something else. That's when it's an issue. We should learn to take criticism, and then we should learn to counter-argue what people say without insulting people or calling people names. It's not okay. We're all mature here. It's not okay already. This video has been demonetized already. with a huge red across it. But that's by the way. We're going to talk so that people will have on. It doesn't, we're here, nobody should go, even if you want to call names, don't even go beyond that person and start calling their parents or someone else. I'm not going to call names again, and I'm being patient. I can be really pissed myself, and I don't want that to happen. I take some nonsense, but really, I'm not into butt leaking. Once I get peace, everybody will know about that. I don't want that to happen. Please, let's behave maturely. We're here to have an argument, a debate. So everybody must not agree with you. See how Lionel, we see how he presented his counter argument. He hates Lukaku. He supports Chelsea. He has every right to, but he hasn't called Lukaku names. And nobody, I don't think anybody here has also called Lukaku names. That's why what we have here, we're here to have a conversation, but that's by the way. Sorry?
I said if you look at my Twitter, I might have done that.
Again, that's you. But that's by the way, you can't touch him. That's one thing. You can't go find him and beat him up because you don't like him. But that's by the way. I want to bring in Andrew quickly. Andrew, what do you think about the Lukaku camp arranging a meeting? That is, if it is true, with Todd Boehly, that's like, not recognizing that if there's anybody he needs to talk with, it should be the manager.
Yeah. He was very quick to come out the other week when an agent of his said that they want to meet with the new owners. I haven't heard anything since then. I don't know if it's got lost in translation, whether it says that he wants to meet with Tuchel and someone's put Boehly there to try and make an issue out of it. I don't see what a meeting with Boehly does. For example, he's still got 4 years left on his contract, 350 grand a week. Boehly's not going to change that. The meeting has to be with Tuchel, really, because I don't think he's leaving this summer due to what we want to recoup for him and due to the fact that I don't think anyone's going to pay that much plus his salary on top unless he's willing to take a pay cut. So I don't know if I necessarily believe he wants to meet with Boehly. It seems like a rehash story of what happened a few weeks ago. So, like you said, it doesn't make any sense for him to meet with Boehly. Boehly's not picking the team. Boehly's not managing the team. It's the Americans. This system is different to the American sports system, where like a general manager is essentially in charge of everything. He has to work. Listen, maybe it'd be different this summer. He's going to actually get a pre-season with us because remember he didn't have one. We signed him late. We signed him after the season started and put him straight in against Arsenal. Maybe that's what he needs. He needs a pre-season to understand more and more time reflection on the training ground. When there's not when that is what everyone is focusing on is the training and tactics instead of leading up to games. He's got like a good few weeks to get it, to understand what is needed of him to try and change his own game if possible, or to make changes that suit other players around him, depending on who we buy. So, I think that is essentially it. I don't believe this story of it because it just sounds like I said to you, it just sounds like a rehash story of a few weeks ago when he had to come out and deny, like when he said on Instagram that no one speaks for me. Essentially, that's what he said. So I honestly don't believe this story one bit because it doesn't make any sense. If anyone reads it, why would Boehly take this meeting and go, yeah, okay, I'm going to do this? Because essentially, he's got 4 years left of this contract. So what would be the point? Unless the meeting is, I want to go, then fine. But if it's not, then why would he need to meet with Boehly about anything? Really, doesn't make any sense. So
yeah, but I think. Go ahead.
No. So I'm just saying, it's like you said. The person he has to speak with is Tuchel. That's the only person he has to speak with. No one else.
In that order, again, he has no right speaking with the owner. Even if the owner arranges a meeting with Lukaku's camp, then he doesn't want things. He wants players to have more power over the manager. It's like an employee, going to speak with the owner of a company, whereas he has a supervisor and he has a manager at the club. So it doesn't make sense. And if the when managers see such, they're not happy. But that's in fact, if that's the truth. But like you said, you've given us a reason why you don't think it's the truth, because he's put out a statement saying nobody speaks for him; he speaks for himself. So bringing two and two together, you can come to a sensible conclusion that in fact that may well be absolute nonsense out there. LSC, you want to add anything to that, or would you like me to ask you another question, because we should be moving to the next topic?
Yeah, you were going to ask me a question some minutes ago or thereabouts.
Yeah.
Anyway, to address the question, the original question you asked, in terms of having a private meeting with the owner.
If in fact it is the truth.
Yeah, if it, yeah. We see all these manufactured stories coming out all the time. So this might not be an exception. So, but if it is the case that he is in fact going to be having that meeting, then something terribly is wrong there, because there is no other way to define it other than insubordination. Because even with the current structure of the football club of Chelsea as an organization, we still see even Thomas Tuchel does not have the role of a manager. It's more like an head coach, all right? And that limits him to to what happens on the pitch, basically, all right? So the conversation must always be with the coach, with the head coach, before anything. If at all he has any concern, the next person to talk to will probably be Peter Cech. Even Thomas Tuchel, as the head coach, tried to limit his interaction, with Peter Cech and Marina. That's as far as he wants to go. He doesn't even want to meet with the owners and stuff like that. And even when Roma was around, So the structure of the club does not, allow this to happen, but somehow it happens. Under Roma, we saw how it was with the players, inviting them to his yachts, hosting them private parties, allowing them to use his private villas and stuff like that. That was what gave the players. Remember, these were the same players, right? Players like Lampard and Co. that were already here, before Roma came in. They were not even sure of what their future is going to be. They just wanted to work out to make sure that they are at the level to remain at the club. But the moment they started, going and having this one-on-one relationship with Roma, that gave them the testicular fortitude to have, to call TV stations and even newspapers, whenever they want to get rid of a manager. All right? They were doing this all the time. Anytime there's a problem, there's a fracas, or, or maybe they've been scolded because of bad performances, they feel they have the right to do this. So if Boehly is starting on this, then he's starting on the wrong foot. He does not have any business talking to the player. If at all he's going to have a meeting with players, he has to have a meeting with them together, and the meeting with Tuchel has to have a meeting first with individual players to know what their state of mind is, whether they want to remain here or not. Then he will take that, whatever information he gathered from there, and take it to Boehly to say this is what it is. If Boehly decides to have a meeting with the rest of the players after, then that's fine. But, trying to establish this one-on-one relationship, he might think he's doing the right thing, but I don't think it's going to help us in the long run. All right? Some of the factors that we are going to remember, this is a walk-up year. All right? So it's going to be hard. Anything you think you saw last season or previous season when it comes to leagues at Chelsea, is going to be multiplied this time around. All right? So every player needs to be in the right frame of mind if they want to remain here. If they know that being dropped for 1 or 2 games is going to lead to newspapers asking questions, it's going to lead to the Atlantic, writing articles and stuff, all right? Then they shouldn't be here. All right? This doesn't happen with other clubs. We don't see, even before Van der Beek went to Everton, all right, when Ole wasn't using him, there was no talk in the newspaper, there was nothing. Yeah, you can have players there not playing at all, not playing well, big transfers, and you don't hear nothing in the media. But when it comes to Chelsea, you always hear something. All right? So players have to have some kind of contractual agreement that does not permit them to speak to the media. They must not speak to the media concerning certain issues. All right? If they do, they will be fined. So we have to draw that line in the sand to say no more. Moving forward with a new ownership, it should be a new perspective. And if they want to change the role of Tuchel from head coach to manager, then they should do that, because that will give him more opportunity, to have more control over what really happened with these players.
I mean, I presume he's already met the players, so that would be the only meeting Boehly has with the players, because I presume,
and probably met them as a group.
Yeah, but I presume,
which is a better approach.
Yeah, I presume though any contract negotiations or transfer negotiations will be handled still by Marina at the moment, and not by Boehly, because I don't think he's that. I don't think he's that. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know how he manages or what his part in the Dodgers is. You know what I mean about. But I presume he's not going to be meeting. The only meetings I presume he's going to have is with Emma Hayes and Tuchel about what they want to do this summer in terms of ins and outs. And then they'll make a list, and then they'll hand it off to whoever, right? So that's what I presume. So I don't see him sitting down in contract negotiations. I believe he's going to delegate that out, right? So it's because otherwise, what's the point?
Well, he still needs to do. He needs to address that, Andrew. Yeah.
Well, I presume
he's probably going to meet with everyone and they're concerned and delegate who's going to do that.
I presume he's whether he has done that or not, I presume he might have already done that, because he's been there several times. He's already had meetings with Tuchel and Emma Hayes, as we know. I don't know whatever meetings, but like any player I don't think any player should get into their mind that they can somehow have a one-on-one meeting with Todd Boehly. Why should they have a one-on-one meeting? They don't need to have a one-on-one meeting. Todd Boehly.
Yeah, it's unnecessary.
Yeah, it's unnecessary.
I thought it was maybe expected that Boehly meets with everyone as an introduction, and like my introduction. You know how long it was? Like that, like a really long one.
No, yours wasn't an introduction. Yours was a diatribe. No, but I assume he will address everyone as a group. The only people he needs to meet one-on-one is the managers. He doesn't need to meet with the players one-on-one.
It creates a problem.
Yeah, you then create a trouble between manager and player, because the manager feels that the players then feels that they can go over their head and speak, which was a problem in the early days of Abramovich, when players would go over the manager's head to speak with them, to try and speak with him, or think they could do that. And I don't want that for this one. If you have a problem, and I need to get involved, I'll get involved with both of you, maybe. Do you know what I mean? Or whoever if we get a sporting director or a football director, that's their job to get to manage. So I don't know. Listen, like you say, I'm sure we'll get the press bites when they release something today.
Yeah.
Or the interview or something like that.
Yeah. Again, just to add context to that.
Quickly.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think also with this new, the takeover, I think the chopping and changing of managers is gonna end. I'm hoping that managers will get more time with the team, and if that is the case, then Todd and the consortium have to put their full trust into what Thomas Tuchel wants to do, and what his vision is. So I think if there is going to be that change, and we're not going to have a rotation of managers coming in and out the door, then they need to have their full confidence in Tuchel, and whatever he decides to do with whichever player should be backed by the board.
Yeah, I presume unless there's a dramatic drop off, I presume he will be given at least the rest of his contract, or the bulk of his contract. If they see steady progression or consistency. If they see a drop off, then we might be seeing some other things. But I agree with you. I don't think they'll want to keep changing managers, because I'd love to see the amount that Abramovich had to pay out in compensation for firing the managers, because I think Mourinho's taken at least 60 million off him or something.
I couldn't.
Wasn't that stat out?
So, you know,
that stat is somewhere, Andrew, that how much he spent on firing managers.
And all the backroom staff as well declared how much he had to get rid of them and everything. Like that.
Let me.
The Conte one was the big one.
Yeah, the Conte one was huge.
Yeah, let me quickly catch up with the chat, and I'll come back on the panel to Nick. Hopefully he's calmed down. Again, we have 153 people watching. If you haven't, please take a second to like the video. We have 82 likes. We're shooting for 200 likes by the end of the show. So we should be doing better than that. And we've gained a few subscribers. Right now, we're at 1,821. So that's not easy. You guys are absolute legend, but we can do even better. If you haven't liked the video, please take a second to like it. It is free. It doesn't cost you anything. You go here. Well, thank you very much for that donation there. I sincerely do appreciate that. That will go a long way for the channel. Again, we have a little Jim Johnson. If only we got Chiesa and Hakimi, we would have been golden again. That's a wish, and it has that. We've got that one. I don't see that happening. And Chiesa right now is injured, so I don't even see the club looking at him exactly, unless they want to suggest to the ownership a change in the managerial position, in which case they're welcome to go imply their trade somewhere else. Again, I like that statement there. To be frank, creative wingers is all we need. You that may well be the case. LSG, there is no longer such a thing as managers now. If you have a manager, there's no need of a director of football, no negotiation, nothing. Shankly, Clough, Charlton did everything.
No. We are now in 2022. We do need that, because you want to lead them. You want him having working with the manager. No problem about who he wants, but the manager should give a list. Here are my top 3 choices. You know, something like that. Please get me one of these. See what we can do to get one of these 3 choices, and then leave me to manage it. That's my job. That's all it should be. That's all That's all it should be. The manager should not be burdened with contract negotiations and stuff like that. That was old school. That was very old school. That, man. We're in 2022. We need a football director, sport director, whatever you want to call it. We need one. And I'm mad that Campos has gone to PSG. Absolutely mad that he's.
Oh, you wanted him at Chelsea?
I wanted, because he's got contacts. You know, that he knows players we don't even know of. You know, there's certain contacts there. So I'm pretty mad.
Yeah, Nick. Go ahead, Andrew. Were you still saying something?
No. I'm just saying. I'm just mad at that.
Nick, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Nick, I want to ask you this. There are talks or rumors, if you want to put it that way, that Chelsea are listening to people reaching out for the signature of Hakim Ziyech, and that they will, consider selling him if they get a sizable fee for him. Your thoughts on that? Do you think it's something we should do, or do you think it will be a mistake? As for me, in my opinion, I think it would be a huge mistake. He's actually one of the most creative players in our current team, and if we haven't brought in anybody, why sell him? And again, the question remains, it's not just about the club wanting to sell him. Even if the club wants to sell him, at this point, I think the guy himself would want to leave. And again, leaving is easy for him, given that Erik ten Hag is the current manager at Manchester United. And under him, he was, you could say, in the form of his life. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want Ziyech to go. I think he's still got, he's still got to prove he's got a point to prove. He's a good player, top class player. But he just needs more game. We've talked about it before. He needs more game time, more games. He hasn't had it this year. Yeah, but I can see why he might want to go to Man United with what's his name there, Ten Hag, whatever his name is. Yeah, so let's hope he doesn't. I hope he doesn't, because we can't buy too many players right now. And more or less, we have to keep our attack. Unless we sell, if someone goes, we can replace. Like we said with Lukaku, if this meeting is about his future, it could be. He might want to, if he decides to go, and we can go and get someone. Lewandowski. That'd be good. I prefer that to happen than keep Lukaku and then he doesn't score. Next season it's the same story. Then it's go. We ain't gonna win nothing. We'll even get top 4. But I don't know. Let's see. I wish he can turn it around, but it's gonna be hard. Hard for him and hard for the attackers. We can't afford to lose Ziyech of all people. Ziyech is one of our best attackers. With highlights, Pulisic is up and down, so you can't trust Pulisic. And how many players are we gonna buy? We're gonna fix the defense and midfield. We can't fix everything. Like we said, that's impossible. It's gonna be a slow process. It could take 2 or 3 seasons. I wouldn't say 3. All right, say not this season. Next season, I expect us to Tuchel will have his preferred 11 and keep the same 11. Don't keep changing the team. That's he's going to get his chance to sort it out this pre-season. Maybe Lukaku can come in and have a pre-season like Andrew said. He needs that because he hasn't had one. And if the players can get on his wavelength, because at the moment they're not. Mount is in the box. He doesn't. I don't hate Mount when I say he's in the box, and he doesn't pass it to him because it's true. He's in the box with his arms going mad, and Mount preferred to shoot. I'm sure you lot remember that. That doesn't mean I hate Mount, whoever that is in the chat. I don't know even his name. Yeah, but things like that. How many corners? How many corners did get to him? Missed kick, corners, crosses, and the only one who can do anything better is Ziyech. So I hope he doesn't go.
I disagree. I don't think Tuchel rates him for this side.
He doesn't rate him, yeah, and that's the biggest problem he has.
He doesn't impact enough in the back three.
Davis, say we so he goes, Ziyech goes, who we're going to replace him?
Listen,
how many games
can I be honest with you? I think 2 forwards will go, and I don't know if we'll replace them. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because of other needs. I think they might. I think what they'll do is, like, so I read yesterday. I don't know how true it is. I read yesterday that Juventus aren't going to offer the deal that Perisic wants. So Perisic might come to us and be a player that can be used in 2 positions, like left wing back and left forward. But I can see somewhere like them getting rid of Werner and Ziyech, and for this summer not replacing them as what people may expect, because I don't think we'll sign Dembele because of the wages and other things that I don't want to sign him for. And I think they'll go, okay, so we need to sign at least 2 defenders, 2 central defenders to start in the team. That's first of all, and we need to sign a defensive type midfielder. That's what I think, and other areas will be supplementing the squad. But I just think Ziyech, unless you change to a 4-3-3, which I know we played for, I don't see Ziyech having much of an impact.
Nick, let Andrew finish because we're talking over each other.
So,
go ahead. You can go ahead now. He's waiting for you. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah.
I can see Werner being sold, but Ziyech, is a lot better than Werner.
I agree, Nick. I agree, but I think Ziyech is easier to sell than Werner, because he's not paid. He's not in us. He's not. I don't think he even earns $100,000 with us, right? I think it's like 80 or 90 or something.
Ziyech?
Yeah, he's shocking. He's not earning that much.
I think it's 120
because the others.
Is he 120?
Yeah, not. But that's pretty average in our team.
Yeah,
that's average.
Werner's 275, and his wage is going to put off a lot of people unless he's willing to take a pay cut. But I just think Ziyech is the easiest one to get out, because I don't know about you, Coach, and we know American owners like publicity and everything. For the first year, I do not see them getting rid of Pulisic for the first year. just for all like the
which
the
is
PR,
very unfortunate.
the PR I know, but the PR that they can use him for. Lukaku's not going to go because I don't believe they'll get what they want for him. Cho's injured, so you can't sell him. And Havertz, I think they'll keep for one more year at least, and then if he doesn't improve, sell him the next year. But I think those two are the prime targets to move this summer, with Ziyech being the easiest to move out of the two.
But sorry, can I just ask, isn't Kai and Mount our best attacking players? Like, haven't they been our best attacking players this season?
I think
when you say best, that bar's pretty low, yeah.
And also, if you put it into context and you look at their season overall, Mount's got the numbers, but I don't think his performances rack up, and they really shouldn't. And I think he's overperforming with his numbers that he should have. And Kai, I think Kai has plateaued and stagnated this summer, and in some terms has gone back. For me, this upcoming season, if he is the focal point of this attack, he has to start from day one, not wait till January, which everyone forgives him for. And I think people have to be a lot more critical of Kai, because I think he's very protected in this fan base for scoring a Champions League goal in the final. I don't think so. I see that being an issue. Kai needs to improve in all areas of his game, because he's not very creative for me at all.
Yeah, but I think with Kai, sorry if I can add, with
go
Kai,
ahead.
I think the reason why we're so protective of Kai as it's because he's young. We're waiting for him to develop, and it's rich coming from me because I slander Pulisic all the time, and he's a young player too. But I think with Kai, he more than the other attackers, he's shown that the potential is there. But the longer he works on that potential, the better he can get and the better he can improve. And also with the fact that Kai can play in 2-3 different positions where I feel he thrives in. I don't think Kai should be a number 9. I don't think that's his position. I enjoy Kai playing behind the number 9 and running into the spaces, because that's what he's good at. And I think that's maybe why there is such a heavy protection of Kai when it comes to that. I think obviously the price tag is also big for a young player from Germany, and and I think while we were going through a very bad time with our attackers last season, not this season that just ended, Kai was kind of the shining light within that attack.
I agree last season, but it's the season before this season that's just went. But I think I know you said he's young, he's protected, but Mount's the same. He's young and he's the most criticised player in this fan base, even when he performs well. And if I'm being honest with you, I've seen improvements in Mount's game, like numbers-wise, season upon season. He now has to marry the two. Whereas Kai, I think, gets away with a lot. I think some of the like the games that we like drew or lost or something, and he has an impact in and hasn't played well, he's not really criticised a lot. It's like, but we didn't get the ball to Kai, or we didn't do this. It's like, I'm waiting for him to, this season I was expecting for him to explode. Do you know what I mean? To be in the running for the Young Player of the Year award or something like that. And it's just not happened. Now, will he benefit with better inside forwards surrounding him, and maybe he moves into a Firmino type role, but better?
Yeah.
That, maybe he would. I believe so. But he also has to take some responsibility, because his finishing some of the finishing he's had, when we saw it against Watford, he needs a lot of chances to score one goal. Yeah. And at the top, we can't afford. But
at the same time, we saw it against Newcastle, where in the last minute he had the one action and he scored. So there's a balance. Anyway.
Yeah, there is a balance, and then it's like with all the misses. That's what I mean. That's why I said he's had a middling season. Because one game you can talk about Newcastle, fantastic. Another game you can talk about Burnley at home when he missed those chances, and it's like that's what I need to see that now. That's what I need to see. And I tell you what, I'll never go over this coach. His performance away to Everton when he was only interested in getting even Yerry Mina, it was one of the most selfish performances I've ever seen in a Chelsea shirt. He was not thinking about the team whatsoever, and he should have been hauled off, and maybe that's on the manager, but he needs to get over that because he is going to be targeted. He's a good player. He's going to be targeted all the time. So I need a level of maturity in both mind and performance next season from him. That's what I need.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys, for that serious discussion. I think I think Kai, you said Kai and Yeremina, right? I think that thing he did there, I think it's something you could argue is very common with young players, but I think that was very selfish.
Maybe that's
of him.
that's more on the manager to have taken him off.
Yeah.
Or maybe the senior players in that team to go.
Yes.
Get out of your that. You know how you can get back at him
and concentrate in the game. Yeah.
Yeah, score. That's how you get back at him. Score.
Yeah. Again, we have 148 people watching, and we have just 88 likes. I think we can do better than that. So please, wherever you're watching from, we may today do another giveaway, but the target is if we reach 200 people watching at the same time, then we'll do a giveaway today for $50. We've done it for how many days in a row? I think 5 days or 4 days in a row. There's a budget for that, like I said, but every time that's a target. If we reach 200 people watching at the same time, we'll do a $50 giveaway. Wherever you're watching, if you want to participate, you have to be on YouTube with us. But more importantly, if you haven't liked the video here, please, you guys are absolute legend. Yes, now we're up to 91, and we can do better than that. Keep liking the video. The more you like it, the more people we can reach. And if you haven't, please do subscribe to the channel. We're closing into 2,000 subscribers right now. We're at 1,824. That milestone is not far away. It's not far-fetched. We'll get there as soon as possible. The Kunde deal is taking time. Here's the thing, something you guys must understand. Yes, we're talking about this, guys. We have every right to look at players, talk with the players, and negotiate with the players. But the only thing is you cannot put pen to paper. You cannot finalize the whole process until the sale is over and the sanctions are lifted and the restrictions on the club are lifted, because I think those are two different things. A sanction on the owner is different, and I don't think that will affect the club. The moment the sale is over, the government will have to lift the restrictions on the club that stops them from selling merchandise, that stops them from, I think, tickets. I'm not sure if I think that has been removed, but that stops them from, finalizing contracts with players. But they are allowed to talk with players. I hope that answers your question. And here we have, let me see again, what else do we have here to address? From my brother, Mikael, thank you again for finding time to join. He says, we cannot be selling attackers at 22 and 23 years old, just need to add some experience in the mix. Yes, and that was exactly what we did. We got Lukaku, and unfortunately for us, he hasn't, he's in a solution. He's created more problems for us than the solution he brings. He comes in handy in some games, but overall, you could say he hasn't lived up to what we think he will be. He will be for us. But that's by the way.
Coach, can I add something that I've also noticed with?
Yeah, go ahead.
When it comes to, I'm not one to defend Lukaku at all, but I've noticed that whenever Tuchel has, plays in certain matches where he plays Reece James at right centre back, and in the midst of the game when he wants to push Reece James to right wing back and he adds Ziyech in, he tends to take Lukaku off when there's those opportunities for crosses to come in, which I find very strange. I'm not sure if it's Tuchel maybe trying to prove a point, but I've noticed that throughout this season, and I hope that maybe after everything settles down for the next season, we have more of an understanding that yes, he needs a delivery, and that comes with those crosses from Reece James and Ziyech.
Yeah, so in some cases, I think you're right. The deliveries has been poor. But then again, you could argue it comes down to the mindset of the players. I don't know how else to look at it. The truth is, it's not really working. And I think the best option for both parties, the club and Lukaku, will be to part ways. He goes to a club where they'd be willing to change the system to accommodate him. Where he thrives, but Chelsea now that hasn't happened. I'm going to try and catch up quickly, and I'll come back to the panel. And I think the Clad will be off for about 10 minutes. I think we can talk about something else until he comes back. Again, it says if it wasn't for Chelsea, Pulisic would be in a mid-table Bundesliga right now. Level of maturity comes with age and how long you've played the game. I think that is very correct. That says Odera Ato, Odera Kedu. I know you're doing well. It says Gallagher will humble Mount. Then he, again, that's your argument. Any Perisic news? No, I think the update on Perisic is Inter has an offer for him on the table, but he says he will speak soon on his future. We're not sure, so there's a chance we're signing. There's also a chance he stays as Inter Milan. But in this, you could argue that he's more likely to stay at Inter Milan than come to Chelsea, since he's still considering it and they have an offer for him on the table. And again, we'll see what happens. If Tuchel played defensive football, I don't think we would have been on position 4 in European top 5 league or something, whatever. Tell that to Foden. Again, that's an argument they have, and they're all a discussion, not an argument really. Rihanna Moore says Perisic, Sterling, and Dembele are pretty experienced. If you ask me, that's the truth. They're all good players, and you could argue they are approaching their prime, or if they're not already, I'm not sure how old they are. I cannot wait to see Gallagher and mostly Lewis Hall on the left-hand side. That's the choice. Ziyech and Lukaku are not 22 and 23. That's the truth. Those guys, they are, especially Lukaku, approaching 30 already. Rice equally good at centre-back. I think we need specialty players there. If we sign Rice and he's there, and we can find our player to play in that position, if we have injuries or something, you can bring him in to fulfill the role of which we can agree he can fulfill it that way. But I think we need more specialty players in all positions and not just the moving players around. I think that doesn't help. Ziyech is misused. That's the truth. Lukaku too. But issue is with delivery to top line, not the number 9. That's another true. Again, there's so many factors you will look at and say it's not really Lukaku's fault. And I've never said Lukaku is a bad player. I will not say that. He has some deficiencies, which you can find in every player. No player is perfect. But the truth is, my argument is it is not working for obvious reason. Tuchel doesn't use defined number 9s or an out-and-out striker, if you want to phrase it that way. He's always liked to play. Look at PSG, look at the Borussia Dortmund. So him accommodating Lukaku, I don't see that happening. It would take some, drastic change. And you could say in his approach to football for that to happen. So the best thing would be both parties, if possible, if the opportunity calls, should pathways, and then things will work out for each of them for the better. Tuchel should do away with Lukaku. Again, stop saying this things, guys. It's not that simple. I don't know if I should keep repeating myself. We still owe Inter 70 million plus. You can't loan him out. Even if you want to sell him, there's so much that you can't take that much of a loss, like 20, 30 million loss to do away with Lukaku. It won't make business sense. And right now we have owners that are profit focused. Yeah.
Coach, can I ask that the loss that you're talking about, it's from the old owners, right? So it doesn't impact Todd Boehly and the consortium if they do, even if they release Lukaku right now, they're not the ones that are losing the money. It's from the previous owner who made that purchase, right?
Are you sure about this?
No, I'm asking. I don't know. I don't know
either. Declared, is that correct? Is that the case? I don't think Declared is back yet. Okay, let me start with LSC, and then I'll go to Nick. LSC, did you hear that argument? That question, so to speak. Okay, it looks like we've lost everybody. Maybe it's just you and I. Lionel, the truth is, I don't think when you're buying a business, you're buying whatever that's loans that the business owe to anybody. Except if that is settled during the sale process. Yeah.
So who took that back? I'll leave it. Wait, leave it now. Tell me, cement.
Nick, we could hear that you were talking to somebody there. But Nick, are you ready to talk now?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Lionel, can you ask him that question again?
Yeah,
Yeah, what's
Nick. Hey,
yeah.
I wanted to ask, right? So coach is saying that we cannot sell Lukaku because there will be a loss. And my point of view on this is that that was Roman Abramovich. It's Roman's loss that 60 or 70 mil or however much we sell him for, right? So it wouldn't be a problem for Todd even to release Lukaku because he's not the one that's making the loss. It's the Roman Abramovich era. But I don't know. I'm
Yeah.
asking the question.
Yeah. I see your point. Yeah, he's Roman Abramovich, but he's still the club. The club loses out.
Yeah.
That's the thing. The club loses out, Lionel. It's not as simple as that. It doesn't mean because Roman's gone, we don't have to pay the 70 million. We still do. It's a club, it's all the club. And, for me, I keep saying it. If Lukaku wants to go, we have to make a decision now because we're going to lose out on like Lewandowski. If we don't get him right now in the summer, he's going to go to Barcelona. He still might go there, but we have a chance to get him. If Chelsea really want him, Boehly wants him, there's rumors they do want, they do fancy Lewandowski. But we have to sell Lukaku and make a loss, big loss. Is that going to happen? I'm not sure it will. That's the only reason. I don't want Lukaku going. But, I'm in for him staying as well. I mean, to prove us, to get goals, and have a chance to play with this place pre-season. And the players coming in, Broja, all these players coming in, he might link up better with Broja. You don't know.
Yeah, but as Pac-Man is saying in the comments, sorry to interrupt, as Pac-Man is saying in comment, the 1.6 billion pound loan was written off. So isn't the Lukaku sale part of that loan? Wouldn't that
it's not inclusive. No.
It's not inclusive.
That's inclusive. I know that's completely different. We have to lose out if we can. If it's a big if, because Tuchel said he wants to keep him. That's what he said. He wants to keep him and give him a chance. I think that's what's going to happen. He ain't going nowhere now. And let's hope he does.
Lukaku's going in.
Plus,
we
haven't fully paid into Milan.
We still owe them 70 plus, right? Okay, let's bring it back to the. Okay, go ahead, Nick. You were saying something?
Let me finish first.
Okay, go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I was saying, if Lukaku does stay, which I think he will, it's up to the other players as well, not just him. It's up to all the players. The ones, Mount, Pulisic, well, if Werner stays, if Ziyech stays, they have to find a way to link up better together. Like they showed us against Wolves. Why against Wolves? They suddenly play to his strengths. He was quick. You have to be quick. He was quick passing, right? At him. Accurate crosses. He wasn't getting. He's not getting enough. I know our coach is saying Tuchel doesn't prefer a number 9. But I don't know about that. But even Tuchel has to change his ways for me. He's not always right. He's been wrong a lot of times this year. With the Kepa situation, with Mendy keeping him on. We lost the European Cup because of Mendy, don't forget. And he still persisted playing Mendy with all the mistakes he was making. So Tuchel is to blame. If Tuchel doesn't do it next year, he will go. Boehly ain't going to muck around. That's what I'll say. I love Tuchel, but I hope Tuchel gets it right. That's all. Because you can't keep playing, having all these attackers and not scoring. When you have to. Because that's the final, with Pulisic missing 4 chances and Mount missing a penalty. And I don't hate Mason Mount. Every time I mention Mount, I have to say I don't hate Mason Mount. Okay. So people understand. I'm just saying how our players are. And
thank you very much. Again, are you still saying something, Nick?
You can move to the next
player.
I
want to say, thank you for that response. I'm going to bring it back to the topic. And I know you haven't said anything. I know you love Hakim Ziyech. And again, before I go ahead, I want to ask people in the chat again. You guys are absolute legend. We're now at 99 likes. We can get it to 100 plus. And again, I said before, we can make it to 200 likes before the end of the show. It is very possible, and we can get to 2,000 subscribers today. Already, we've gained up to, I think, you can say up to 50 subscribers. We're at 1,826 subscribers. And if you haven't, please do like the video and also subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Just show some love to the channel by liking the video and subscribing so that whenever we go live, you will know. But be sure, of course, to click on the bell notification button. The loan written off is the loan Chelsea or Roman Abramovich. Thank you there, Marshall Essien, for explaining there. It has not the Lukaku purchase is not inclusive. Again, we still owe into 70 million. So even if Romano wrote off a loan, so that's actually outside of the realm where he can reach and say, okay, this is part of it. Lukaku will be given until the January window. Broya could be part of the deal for Rice. I don't think Chelsea will let Broya go, and I don't think Chelsea will be going for Rice with the amount that's being quoted. Michael said, finish my comment. Lukaku will cost us more to keep than to sell. Again, if you look at this from a business perspective, that may well be the case, but I haven't done that mathematics yet. I have so much to take care of, like take my time and start doing that mathematics. Like no nonsense. The club account are used for FFP regulations. You don't dismiss by owner Bates bought the club and took the debt by Mares. Roman took Bates a debt. Again, yeah, as you're buying a business, you're buying the business's debt. But Lionel asked a good question that everybody will learn from. And again, if you haven't, please go check out Lionel Joel's YouTube channel. Great content. And I've explained why I love him so much. Very objective, never gets on the bus because everybody's on it. Again, it says, even Lewy will struggle under TT and his current system. I think this is huge. Just you probably don't like the system. Have I been a fan of Tuchel not being flexible with the system? No. I think he should learn to be open to changing it up. But the reason probably he's hasn't changed it up that much could be because of the personnel he has. Maybe when he signed the players and get the chance to build a team in his own image, maybe that's a chance he switched. Switches things up like he does at PSG. He can play 3 formations in a single game. Even at Chelsea, it's not usually just a 3 at the back as we start, we finish the games. He does sometimes change the formation during games. And again, but that's by the way. Let me see. Nkunku is a must. Again, that's your choice. I don't if there's anything to address here. Let me see. You go here where it says point. We really got to stop sacking managers. I think even under Roman Abramovich, he's still technically the owner now. I think Thomas Tuchel was going to be change things. If you ask me, I thought he was going to give him a longer contract, given how much he achieved within just a few months. Matilde Benjamin, what's funny? The Dutch league spawned Romario, Robin, Johnson, Hasselbank, Van Nistelrooy, Gullit, Cruyff, Van Basten, Beckham, etc., etc. Even more. Again, why are Chelsea fans so obsessed with West Ham captain? Again, I could ask you the same question. Why are you so obsessed with Thomas Tuchel's system? Again, that's why to show you we all have our opinions. Serve Werner and bring in Sterling. That's another person with his own opinion. What is Chelsea? Why keeping Lukaku? I don't know. You answer the question yourself. It's not that simple. Lionel, tell me what you think about the rumors that Chelsea are willing to listen to offers for Hakim Ziyech.
I mean, I understand why. It's tough because everyone in our attack should be up for sale, to be honest, because no one has shone above the rest. I think with Ziyech, I've seen a lot of improvement in Ziyech, especially in his defensive play. I think that when he's played left wing back or is it right wing back, he's shown that he's hungry, he's willing to make those runs and go after players, which is fantastic to see, which even some of our defenders aren't able to do. So it's sad to hear. I'm a big fan of Ziyech. I think there's so much potential in Ziyech, but I think Ziyech is very much a system player, and I think that's why a lot of these Ajax players that were part of Ziyech's group are not as successful outside of Ajax, is because they were so used to that system that they played in Amsterdam. It fit everyone. It worked so well. And now that they've been introduced into different types of systems, it's just not working. Van der Beek, De Ligt, and so on and so forth. So sad news, but I understand why. And if Ziyech going means we can bring in a different attacker.
Here's the thing, Lionel. If you say you understand why, can you tell us why you think that is?
Yeah, I just think more than not, Ziyech hasn't shown his quality when he's played. He hasn't been as consistent as we need a player to be if you're helping a team to fight for first, second, or third position in the league or the Champions League. So and so this is why I'm saying a lot of the attackers in our team haven't been able to do that. So a lot of them can go, but I think Ziyech specifically, he had a lot of injury problems when he arrived. I think the time that he took to adapt to the league, and it kind of broke his momentum, under Lampard. Once he started getting going, he would get injured and so on and so forth. And it just, when Tuchel came in, that's the kind of Ziyech that he got, this like up and down, not really as consistent. So it's understandable why he would be the first one to go, because he plays less than most of the other attackers, and he might actually be an easier sell than a Pulisic or a Lukaku or whoever else. So yeah.
Yeah, I think I get your point, but I think here's the thing: we have to be honest here. Even if the club doesn't want to sell him, I think he would want to leave for obvious reasons. I've said that, but I'm just going to repeat myself for the sake of it, or for people who haven't, that's in the chat that hasn't heard me talk about it, or that haven't heard me talk about it. Is this: Ten Hag is now at Manchester United, and it was under Ten Hag that he had his best form, the form of his life. And right now, Thomas Tuchel did something that shocked all of us that love Hakim Ziyech. Given that when he picked form this season, he was our best player for about 2, 3, 4 games, and boom, he got dropped to the bench. The reason, I don't know. He wasn't injured. He was fit. It wasn't COVID. And again, that begs the question: what's happening? It just seems as if he doesn't trust him, and he didn't play him again until the last game of the season. He started him in some games, but in those games he underperformed. Why? Because you could ask, maybe because the system was switched up.
He didn't play him because of Tuchel's system. He couldn't
exactly.
use him. That's why.
Exactly. See that because the system was switched off. Switched up, or because he was on form and you dropped him. That player's form can take a hit. Andrew, I want to let you come in. I don't know if you've spoken about Hakim Ziyech and on what we're hearing.
Like I say, I don't think Tuchel rates him for this system. I don't think he thinks he can rely on him for this system, for it at the back. I don't think he impacts this formation or this team playing this way. I think he'll look to move him on. Like I said previously, I think he's the easiest attacker to move on out of the 6. And I think he'll move him on. Whether he replaces him or not is another question. Like I said, I don't know whether we're going to replace any forwards that we sell this summer. But I would move him. Seems a bit of a... I agree with you. I mean, I think January, February time, I think he was showing some good form. And then since then, he's sort of been in and out, which is a shame. I do think he's very one-dimensional. He's very left-footed, obviously. And everyone ranges about his pass and everything. It's good. But I think sometimes he aimlessly just crosses it into the box without looking, just to see if anyone can get on the end of it. He doesn't score. Let me just say this with all our forwards. He doesn't add anything with any goals, like a lot of goals. So... or even assists. So I think he's pretty much taken up a squad place, if I'm being honest with you. I don't know what he brings this time. And I think if we're going to progress and want to move forward, unfortunately, I think Ziyech will find himself if he stays, will find himself more on the bench and out the squad than actual playing.
Here's a counter question for you, Andrew.
Sure.
I understand your point clearly. Now, for obvious reasons, the priority of the club will be, fortify or maybe sign defensive players if that's how you prefer it. And there's a chance because of the restrictions. You could argue the reason Chelsea didn't go for Boubacar Kamara was because we can't put pen to paper. We can only talk to players. And players, if they see someone that's so serious who can get the whole thing completed on time, they'll just join them. The case of Koundé being an exception, he's always wanted to come with us. And I hope what we're hearing, things we're hearing, that is the truth. Eventually he will come to us. But again, my point is this: that's a chance. The club might not get a chance to even look at the players because we want players in the attacking area because their focus will be because we have a serious problem in the defensive department.
But also, though, Coach, if you really deep it and really look at it, how many recognized named forwards are out there to get? Do you understand what I'm saying? Which ones that pop out of mind? I mean, we're hearing Dembele, obviously free transfer, right? But then we're hearing the likes of like a Gnabry or something like that. Haaland's obviously gone. We're hearing Darwin Nunez, who's had one good season, and we're being quoted 70 or 80 million. Apart from that, how many? If we're being really, because I wouldn't get a striker. I try and get 2 inside forwards. But if we're really deep in it, how many of them come to mind? Can we make a? I think as a group, off the top of our heads, we might struggle to make a top 10 list of like forward players that we could possibly get that come to mind. I think that's what Chelsea may struggle as well, and that's why for me, the most important thing this summer, maybe if we don't buy any forwards, is changing the scouting, is bringing in a director of football, a sporting director, whatever, that has the links, who then finds these gems that no one is aware about. You know what I mean? Or find, they don't have to be young players, but just
because we're not well equipped to do that. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. So
I think we should steal from Liverpool.
That would be my concern. Is that at the top of my head, I'm thinking of 4 possibly, and all 4 of them have red flags for me.
Who are those 4?
Darwin Nunez, Raheem Sterling, Dembele,
Darwin Nunez. I mean, even Lewandowski has red flags for me. I don't see him ever coming to Chelsea while we still got.
Yeah, Nick would think otherwise. I think.
Yeah, he thought Tony Rudiger was staying for about.
I thought so too. Here's the thing. I think Nick likes Lewandowski, but I think Nick must understand. I think he's bent on going to Barcelona, but there's a chance Chelsea might well still get him. But that's, by the way. Here's why I asked you that counter question. I'm coming, Nick. Just give me a second. Why I asked you that counter question is there's a chance, even if Hakim Ziyech wants to leave, the club could be forced to keep him if they can't find a replacement. Because like we've established, the club's priority, no matter how we see it, will be to fix the defensive department. And if there's still time, they may look to sign 1 or 2 players in the midfield section or the attacking area. Go ahead, Nick, quickly, so I can bring Declan in to tell me what he thinks about the Hakim Ziyech story. Go ahead, Nick. You want to say something?
I'm just gonna say about Lewandowski. The reason if Ziyech does go, and we're gonna be left what we had, and no one can score goals out of our attack. Unless Lukaku gets better, that's a big risk because we can end up losing the chance to get Lewandowski, Lukaku misfiring again, and we're going to end up out of the Champions League. So they have to do something drastic. Either you keep Ziyech and make him stay, or you can't have it every way, or you bring in Lewandowski anyway, make sure just in case. Lukaku doesn't hit it, and we have someone who can score. Because the other players are not doing it. Are they going to do it next year? It's going to be it's more chance they don't do it than they do it, really. And Broja is young. He ain't going to do it straight away. We can't expect too much from him. He will come on slowly. He will, get into the team slow, and it's going to be, like I said, a slow process. This rebuild is going to be very slow. So it's a lot of things you have to think about.
Yeah.
That's what.
Yeah, I do agree with you.
Lewandowski.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I just me talking about Lewandowski was just looking for your trouble. You know, I love you, Nick, and again, I appreciate you finding time to be here. I don't declare that you are available now. Okay, it doesn't look like Declan is available now, but that's by the way. Let me just quickly catch up with the chat, and I want to talk to people in the chat. First of all, I want to say thank you for 111 likes. You guys are absolute legends. That's me still in the lines of my brother Greentop, also at Greentop. You guys are legend. I appreciate that. It's not easy. You're the reason why we have too many people watching. And keep liking the stream, guys. If you haven't, take a second to like the stream. It doesn't cost anything. It is for free. And if you haven't subscribed, please do subscribe to help the channel reach 2K subscribers as soon as possible. I promise we were going to do a giveaway today, but the number we were looking for was 200. We were looking for 200 participants, so we'll do a $50 giveaway. We've done that, I think, for 4 consecutive days now. But on those days, the number we were looking for was 150, but we had 100 plus, and we still did it. But let's shoot for 200. If we have 200 participants, we would do a giveaway. And also, please, again, I ask you, if you haven't subscribed, do subscribe to help us reach 2,000 subscribers. Right now we have, let me see whether it has changed. Right now we have 1 second, people, so that you guys can be following the progress. We're here today because of how much you guys love the channel. We're at 1,829 subscribers. We can get to 2K subscribers today. Yes, it sounds like a big number, but I believe we can do it. So if you haven't subscribed, please do so to help the channel reach that number. But first, start by liking the video. So Declan, I don't know if you're back. Are you back? It doesn't look like he's back yet. Let's see, have I asked you what you thought about the Hakim Ziyech story? If not, please you go ahead and let us know what you think.
Oh man, I really like this player. He's going to be sad. And it's not even in the Morocco
national team anymore. Again, so that's a huge plus.
Yeah, it's supposed to be. If he decides to leave, then we shouldn't sell him. So I think he still have about 3 years left on his contract.
Let me check that for you. But go ahead. I will let you know.
If he decides to leave, then he mustn't go to United. We have to sell him elsewhere. Sell him to Serie A. I want to address other issues as well. I don't
just let's try and be brief because we have a lot to talk about. Go ahead.
Yeah. I don't understand how player missing chances can be attributed to the system. I don't understand that part as well at all. All right, it's either you have a chance or not. All right, there's chances. The system we are playing at this moment, if we have people that are clinical at the top, we'll be reckoning goals left, right, and center. So I don't understand how that correlates. Okay, so if Tuchel is going to change, in order to make, I think Chelsea fans will never be happy. Yeah, we'll never be happy with the 3-4-3 or 3-5-2. We will never be satisfied. Yeah, irrespective of our the outcomes. All right. I think we won the FA Cup and the Carabao Cup. All right. Some people will still be complaining about the system. All right, because we didn't make it to the Champions League final. So a lot of talk about, and another talk again about the Liverpool system. Just imagine we won, we didn't miss penalties. I don't think a lot of people will be drooling over Liverpool right now, and now we have the Liverpool, one of the executives talking about our new owner picking his brain and all of that talk. It's unwarranted. So we should stop obsession. We understand there are gaps ahead of us, but we need to keep perspective. How did we get to where we are today? What happened along the line? I think
And
as fans,
and they haven't beaten us this season in 90
and they haven't
minutes
beaten us
or
in 90 minutes
120
or one.
minutes.
You understand
Yeah,
what I'm saying? So
yeah,
we are
yeah.
not that far behind. So the obsession with the Liverpool model with data system, if you ask a Chelsea fan now that is obsessed about data, please explain to us what it means. Or does it, is Tuchel not using data already? How are they tracking their fitness level? How are they tracking their minutes? How are they tracking their position play? Tell me, how is this happening right now, without data? So all this obsession just because we lost or because we missed a game, one moment this player is worth the next moment is dead. Like we said yesterday, we cannot just disorganize the team by bringing a lot of players. We just need to tweak it a little bit. All right. The ones that want to go, let them go. If you decide to stay, stop the leak, stop the interview. All right. Stop all the nonsense. And that goes along with the fan base as well, with the content creators. All right. Stop trying to bring out issues when there are no issues. See what I'm saying? So that's my bit there.
Yeah, I agree with you. Phantom, your turn. Let us know what you thought about the possibility of Ziyech leaving, because the club may want to sell him. Again, I think at this point that he may well want to leave, given the way Tuchel has treated him. But then again, there's a chance the club would decide, I think you're not going anywhere right now, and his contract is until 2025, so he's still like two years plus on his contract. So the club will not be in a rush to sell him, because they're not going to sell him if they see there won't be any chance to get in a replacement. But your thoughts on the fact that they're talking about selling him? Sorry, did anybody ask a question?
Yeah, no. Okay, so Ziyech is he had his best time at Ajax, right, under Ten Hag. So he might want to go to Manchester United, and you can't blame him for wanting to go to the coach that made him famous. I just want to say also that congratulations to Jose Mourinho.
Yeah, congratulations to Tammy Abraham and Jose. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So congratulations to both of them, and I wish them well next year as well. I'm always happy when former Chelsea players do good elsewhere, because it just shows that that they were actually good players and that we didn't really utilize them to their potential. But as far as this concerned, I'm very put it this way. Rudiger was my number one. At one point, Ziyech was my number two, and Chilwell was my number three. I'm talk about how I talk about protecting players, meaning I don't want to lose those players. But I want to. Can I ask Andrew? Andrew, what do you think about Ziyech?
I don't think he's the type of player Tuchel wants. I don't think he suits a 3-4-3 system. He doesn't impact. I think Ziyech is a luxury player that you can accommodate in a different system, maybe a 4-3-3. But I don't see Tuchel going to that unless the squad changes.
And he needs lots of freedom.
He's lots of freedom. He needs lots of time, and he's now 29 something, and I don't see it developing in his game where he's thinking a lot about how he crosses. I think he just crosses in for the sake of it and hopes someone gets on the end of it. I just don't see him being a part of what Tuchel, I'm guessing what Tuchel wants, because the way Tuchel's used him sparingly as part of the second half of the season. So with that, like I said previously, I think they'll try and move him on. I think he's the easiest forward to move on, in my opinion.
Andrew, here's where I'd have to add. Go ahead. You were saying something, brother.
I'm just going to say he's not going to cost. He's looking like he's not going to cost a lot in wages, like a Werner. And I think Chelsea will get near enough what they paid for him. So I think they'll try and move him on. But that's only my guess. Whether I'm just going what I can see. What Tuchel used him very sparingly after about February time. So.
Yeah, given how good he is, I think, and the salary he's on. I think there won't be shortage of bias again. No. But go ahead. You wanted to say something. I wanted to let Andrew know where I disagree with him. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just want to say that thank you for letting me in. I just wanted to get in that the congratulations to the Roma. thing in. Tomorrow I will not be able to be here because I will be at the Phoenix Fan Fusion, formerly known as the Phoenix Comic Con, and I will have tons of footage on my channel by the end of the day. Okay,
No
so you
problem.
don't have
You're
to send
welcome.
me the link.
And I'll tell people
Okay.
about it to go see it. And I wanted to ask you quickly before I tell
Yes.
Andrew how I disagree with him. Are you going to be in Vegas because we have games here? We have Chelsea games. Is it a single game or 2 games? I think I'll find out.
It
I think
depends
it's one,
on.
isn't it?
It
Is
depends
it
on
one in
what day.
Vegas?
One in Vegas, one in Charlotte, and then one in is it Orlando or
It
something like
depends on the day of the week. Do you know the day
Okay.
of the week that they're going to be in Vegas or no?
All right. I'll let you know. But thank you.
Yeah,
You're welcome
okay,
to join
thank you.
anytime. And
Okay,
I'll let
bye-bye.
people know about your channel. Thank you very much, brother.
Okay, thank you.
So
Bye-bye.
Andrew, here's why I disagree with you about Ziyech. Honestly, in terms of his passes, he's one of the best. He's one of the most creative passes. And I disagree that he's just putting it into the box for the sake of it. I think it's just lack of understanding with him and his teammates, or chemistry, if you prefer. Because if you watched him during his days at Ajax with Quincy Promise,
Yeah.
he's always at the right place at the right time. It's just not for the sake of it. It's just because something hasn't really clicked. And what again? I hope that doesn't come across as insulting to you. I just wanted to let you know.
I agree.
Because the thing, here's how I argue about his passes. If Ziyech, his passes in most cases doesn't get to its intended, his pass, any of his passes doesn't get to the intended, person. It's because that person doesn't read it well, and he adds so much pace to it that it's usually almost always difficult for opposition defenders to do something about it, because by the time you know what's going on, he has reached what is going. Again, that's me. That's how I see it.
Let me just add a couple of points to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would also agree. I think the pace in the Premier League makes him act a lot quicker, and maybe he hasn't still got used to that. Where I think Eredivisie he's allowed more time. I've seen like the compilations of him where he's literally just standing about in his own half and hits a 50-yard pass to one of his teammates. I also think he has suffered in terms of our injuries, because I believe if Reece James was fit more and we had an adequate backup for Reece when he's out, like someone who does the overlapping and can get back, then Ziyech would be afforded more time playing more inside, and we might see a better version of him. Remember this season, and I have to give him credit as well, he's played everyone goes on about Ruben Loftus-Cheek playing a lot of positions, so is this guy. I'm sure he's played both wing-back positions and central midfield, this season. So let me preface this. When we signed him, I was so excited. When we signed him, and I'm disappointed we've seen less of him. I will say though, I think I said to you before, Coach, I think Thomas Tuchel needs to be asked more questions of why suddenly dropped him. The same question needs to be asked about why he dropped Cho after starting 8 games in a row, and Cho was building up a lot of steam. So I do agree with that. Sometimes Thomas Tuchel, as great as he is, there's sometimes where he confuses me with what he does, like in terms of who he drops and why he drops them.
Yeah.
Do you understand? It's like that needs to be questioned more.
I think it's complacency. I think if you look at the players that he's dropped, they all kind of have the same attitude, which is, if I'm not getting what I want, I'm going to sulk on the field. I'm going to sulk. I'm not going to do. I remember a game, I think after Tuchel had arrived, I think it was 3 or 4 games in, and he had a whole full-on, he went at Cho on the sideline because he wasn't doing what Tuchel was asking of him. And I think that if you look at Ziyech, you look at Cho, you look at Lukaku, it's that same type of attitude that Tuchel doesn't want in the team, and the team is full of that.
I understand what you're saying. Is that I don't. If it's his decision to drop him or not, he's the manager. That's fine, right? Yeah. I think more questions need to be asked of him. Why? So you know what I mean? Like Ziyech was great. Yeah. I think Ziyech was great January and part of February. We saw the games. He scored a couple of goals, played well, looked like he was coming into his own, and then sort of being very in and out. I mean, especially the last April and May, I've hardly seen him play for us. You know, and what is the specific reason for that is, I think questions need to be asked to the manager. They're not like insulting questions, just like, okay, so is there a particular reason why you did not utilise Ziyech more during the remainder of the season, especially when you were trying to secure
but
third.
you know Tuchel cannot come out and be.
Oh no! I don't expect it. I'm not expecting him to say it's an attitude. I'm not expecting to say it's an attitude problem. I expect him to fob us off with a tactical thing, and I probably would accept it even if I had a conspiracy theory that it's not the truth. But I don't. The questions are not even asked. That's the thing. Right. He's asked about, what do you think about the music being played in the opposite dressing room or some rubbish like that? Do you know what I mean? We ask better questions than some of these journalists do.
It's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
So,
so again, I'm going to quickly catch up with the chat. Again, we have 124 likes. Thank you for that. You guys are absolute legend. And then the subscriber count has grown to 1,835. We're getting closer to 2,000. And I still do believe we can do it today because we have 129 people watching. So the likes can actually go up even more and the subscribers can go on. Please, if you're happy that we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel in terms of the sale of the club and how happy you are, just like the video. It takes just a second, and also subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Let me try and catch up here. This is Lee or Lay. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Apologies. He says this window is about replacing the outgoing defenders and rebuilding the midfield. That may well be the case, and I think that's a very good comment. Here, Masha says it's a system. TT system isn't good. Based on the personnel available at his disposal, the thing is our attackers hardly take on players. That is something I've talked about here a million times. Worse is a precise, deliberately clinical in front of goal. Again, that's another issue. Yes, I've talked about that before. You could argue that majority of the players we have at the club at this point, they're not well equipped to help Thomas Tuchel execute his approach to the game. Well, in most cases, I think it's recently that you see Reece James taking on players. In most cases, they take the easy way, pass the ball backward or sideways, and not take on players. And that's why we struggle so much against teams that defend deep and don't give us so much space to operate. I think that's a very good comment. How can Ziyech leave before Pulisic, a player who offers nothing? The truth is, whether he offers more or nothing, even if the club wants him to stay, at this point, the way Thomas Tuchel has treated Hakim Ziyech, he would be looking to leave the club. First of all, you must recognize he's a big player after all, and there won't be shortage of bias for him. Again, here we have Phil R7 says, just have you can keep. Okay, this is just a conversation between them. I agree. Werner must leave too. Again, we can say what we want. The club, if they don't sort out the defensive department issues, we're probably not going to sell any of these attackers because we cannot bring in any new players. Tobago says, Ramsey, you want Mount to get how much? Again, that's a conversation there. It says, Masha isn't really. This is just a conversation too. Let me see if there's anything I have to address here. The game that Ziyech is good was the game we played Tottenham. To be honest, Tottenham played really bad. Again, give the guy credit. If you follow this Chelsea career, you can see how much he's improved defensively and otherwise. Even has won aerial duels. This year, Thomas is the winner. West Ham's losing 2 finals. He still remains Chelsea's coach because Roman, not the man in charge. I don't think Roman would have fired him at this point. Oh, the game still lost wasn't his fault. And how badly Sorry?
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think losing on penalty and going toe-to-toe with Liverpool the way that we did, I think 2 of those in both finals, we had the chance to finish the games off. We had the chance to win the games. But unfortunately, our main problem of not being clinical in front of goal was our downfall. And I don't think that's down to Tuchel.
Yeah, and there are a couple of factors that you could use as excuse for the team's performance this season. It is COVID, it is injury, and all that. Again, I wouldn't blame the manager that much too. I love him, but there are areas where I think he could do better. I think, on occasions, I'd argue, I think he'd do better had he, switched up the formation or system, if you prefer. Neymar is one of the best players in the world. Would you say the same about Messi? Okay, then this is a conversation they're having there. And believe me, guys, I don't think Neymar is coming to Chelsea Football Club. Ziyech arrived at Chelsea, having not played for 7 months. This season, he has started just 14 EP, and yet he did quite well. 4 goals, 3 assists, 27 chances created, always playing out of position. Those are the things you must consider too. Again, Thomas Tuchel hasn't done well by the guy. If you ask me, Neymar is good, but he didn't have. Again, this is just a conversation they're having right there. Again, I think I'll skip all this because I'm doing this alone. So I says we need Kane and Neymar and then Nkunku again. Let's start contributing money to have enough to get all those guys. And Kane that will not come to Chelsea whether you like it or not. Neymar, again, we've talked about it on this show. We don't see that happening for obvious reasons. He's on a high wage. Plus, I don't think forget what you're seeing in the media. I don't think he had a good relationship with Thomas Tuchel. At some point, that relationship soured. Yes, US tour was what I was talking about, Liam. Thank you very much. It is July 16th. Will I be in Texas then? I will find out, but I think I'll find an excuse not to miss that game. We're here busy complaining about our wingers that day. Again, that's something else. July 20th, Charlotte, North Carolina, July 23rd. I think I try not to at least attend. I'm not going to miss that one in Vegas. Want to become famous? Oh, somebody block that guy, please. Again, it says, Lionel, give me strength. Complete sense. Ziyech was on fire. He played weeks with it. I think the complete sense he was talking about, I think, was he was referring to Thomas Tuchel. Am I right, Lionel? Okay, I think Lionel isn't there too at this point. And I have True Blue being played out again. Players, you could blame Thomas Tuchel for that. Do I still have anybody on the panel, or should I go ahead on my own? Lionel, are you still there, Andrew?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm here.
Okay, Raheem, let's talk about this guy, Lionel. This guy, rumors have it that he's on the list of the attackers that Tuchel wants. It is him. It is Darwin Nunez. It is Ousmane Dembele. It is what's his name, Johnathan David, and who else again? I can't remember. A few of them. But should we even be considering signing Raheem Sterling? If you ask me, I'd argue that Ziyech is actually a better player than him, shoots better than him, creates better than him. I don't think Raheem Sterling is a creator. Yes, he's got quick feet. He's a good dribbler. He can finish, but I don't think he's a creator. Why should we be looking at him?
He's not the solution. I think Chelsea needs people that are going to finish off chances, that are going to be in front of goal and put the ball in the back of the net, and that's not Raheem Sterling. We've seen some of the misses that, it takes me back to, I think it was Man City versus, was it Tottenham, or I forget who it was, where he was running onto a ball in an open net and he missed it from inches, kind of like something Werner would do. I don't think we need a Werner 2.0. Raheem Sterling is not it for me. If in my opinion, I don't think he would better our team at all.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, Lionel. Plus, he's a biggest diver in English football. He goes down too easily. He won't get red cards. He's not a Chelsea player. Keep him away. Yeah. Whatever you do, don't let him near Fulham Broadway. Not even a station, man. He's not for us.
So Nick, I think can you compare him to Ziyech? Don't you think Ziyech is a better all-round player?
Ziyech is 100 times better than Sterling. Sterling is on the way out. He was better when he was younger, but you can see he misses more than he scores now, and he doesn't have that great pass what Ziyech has. That left foot was Ziyech. He's a completely different player, and Sterling does go down when he shouldn't. How many times has he got penalties for City? Or he's been,
it's a Man City thing.
Being warned for Man City, or he's been warned by the referee not to dive. How many times? I see it all the time. No wonder Pep doesn't put him in the first as he was before. He doesn't trust him. So, no Sterling. Ziyech is a million times better. I don't know who makes Sterling. He's another English overhyped player for me, like Declan Rice. They're not for Chelsea.
I don't understand this. I think Sterling is way better than Ziyech. It's not even close.
Really?
Come
Really? Really, Andrew? Okay, Andrew, I'll come to you. And you explain. But now, can I do this, Andrew? Because usually, Max is usually at work at this time. Yeah. So if you guys can excuse me, let me go with him. And I like it. I like what I just saw on the panel right now. It sounded more like a choir. But that's, by the way, Max, I don't know how much time you have. There's, I want to ask you.
I've only got a couple of minutes because, sorry, I didn't see your link till late because I was doing my walk.
No problem. So if you have anything you already have in mind to respond to, just go ahead to that.
Yeah, so just a couple of things because I actually wanted to join when I think someone mentioned about the loan that Abramovich had. I think you kind of addressed it in that we still have to back for Lukaku. And the way football works is it's all done. You don't pay free up front. Nobody ever pays the free up front. So what you pay over the length of the contract. So you still got teams who owe us money for players. And when you look at the Hazard deal, I think there's still money owed to us from Real Madrid. So that's the way it works. So it doesn't. It's not that debt. On the Ziyech thing, I kind of agree with a lot of things that Andrew has said. I just don't think he fits into this Tuchel system. When we've played with 4 at the back, that's when he's tended to play him a bit more. But whenever we go to a 3, you notice that he's not in the side because he doesn't. And his best football, I think, was when we had when Reece James was overlapping and he was playing inside forward when under Frank Lampard. Yeah, so I think that's the best way. But even we're not going to be changing the formation next season, and I've seen an interview from the manager saying that he's probably not going to change the system because more players suit the 3 at the back than playing the back 4. Although I'd like to see us play a back 4, but if that's the system he's going to go with, then Ziyech has got to go. And plus, Ziyech is, as Andrew said before, he's probably one who we can shift because it's all well and good our fan base saying let's get rid of this player, let's get rid of that player, but Werner's going to be a hard one to move. He's on 235,000 a week. If he says look, it's World Cup year, I don't mind taking a big pay cut to go somewhere else. Maybe, but a lot of footballers, they're more motivated by money than they are game time. So it's going to be hard finding somebody to match his wages, and Chelsea are going to want to recoup some of the money from him. So I think that's going to be a hard one. With the Pulisic one, I think he'll stay another season. I've been a bit critical of him this season, and I think he's had a lot of chances. But I think one more season for Pulisic for me, with a new regime and hopefully he stays fit. But my only concern with Pulisic is because we've got the World Cup coming up and we know that he tries to stay fit for the USA. So is he going to be worrying about getting an injury before the World Cup? That's my only worry about him. As far as purchases go, I don't mind Sterling, but what happens with Sterling? Man City creates so many chances, so that if he, at Chelsea we don't create a lot. We do not create a lot of chances at all. So, Man City will probably create 15 chances a game. We create 4 or 5 at the most, and so you'll probably find that he'll be, we'll get as frustrated with him as we are with the likes of Werner and players like that. So. For me, that's the only issue. And Nkunku's been talked about as well, but I like him. I like Nkunku, but looking again, we have to judge it. I've seen a lot of his goal compilations and things like that. There is a lot of open space in Germany, so we've got to be aware of that because that's the same thing what happened when
that's a good point, and he laughed when he talked about it.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So when you look at Werner was scoring goals for fun. The good thing about Nkunku, though, I think his close control is a lot better than someone like a Werner. So he may be able to operate in the tight spaces and get the goals. I don't know, but that's any football, especially coming from another league is always going to be a gamble. That's why maybe like a Sterling, seen it all, done it all. He may be a decent option. Yeah, Dembele. I think if anyone, Dembele for me. I know you mentioned before about some issues he's had off the field.
Yeah, quite a lot. He comes with a lot of baggage.
Yeah.
He will be a PR nightmare. But like Bobby argued the other day, it's something in terms of the racism role. It's something that can be sorted out if he can come out openly and offer, a well-worded apology. Say, okay, I'm donating a so and so amount to a charity in that particular country to really show that I'm sorry about that. I think he will be forgiven. But I know even after that, the Premier or the rival clubs will still be coming out of those. Oh, you're a racist club and all that. But I could care less if that's a PR strategy will help solve the situation. But go ahead.
Exactly, but on the field, I think he'll tick a lot of boxes because he's naturally two-footed. His injury record's improved because since the last injury that I think he's gone. He's played a number of games now for Barcelona without any injuries. He's adaptable in whereas he can also play that wing-back role. He's worked with Tuchel before. Tuchel loves him. He loves Tuchel. So to get used to his system, it's not going to be a big adjustment for him. So, and he's a free transfer as well. I know his wages are going to be quite high, but so for me, if that's
let me ask you this, Max, quickly. Now this is still here. We're talking about free transfers. Like we're not going to spend too much. There's still going to be sign-on fees.
Yeah, but it's not going to be astronomical.
Dembele's will be.
I don't know. I think 10 million because there's what's his name? Rudiger getting 10 million.
Dembele's the one that I don't know how he has the gall to ask for so much money since he's hardly played in the past 5 years. He has the gall to ask for that much.
But you know why he can do that? Because they were paying people like Leglet.
Yeah, he can do that because
they were paying them 300. The problem with the problem with Barcelona was that usually. Even if you look at Chelsea, is that we've got Lukaku and Werner as a top weight salary, and some of our lesser players. Even Rudiger was only on 100 and something thousand. Yeah. They were paying some of their average players ridiculous wages, 200, 300,000 a week. Yeah, and that's why they got in the mess that they were financially. They didn't just play the top players; it was everyone who was getting big salaries.
Well, the thing I mean on Twitter, the thing I mean about before we go back to everyone going at me because I rate Sterling over Ziyech, but just read on Twitter what's coming out.
We'll still come back to that.
But let's say Todd Boehly may be having more of an impact this summer than what we stated earlier, Coach. Reading what some of the people on Twitter are saying, like, he wants us back up as soon as possible. He wants to be involved as much this summer as possible to help Tuchel get set up. So I don't know if that means that he's going to spend a lot or we're going to bring in a lot, but that may factor in on wages as well. Because I know you noticed that Dodgers are not only one of the highest, if not the highest paying in baseball, but in the highest sports franchises in the world. They're one of the highest paying when it comes to that. So listen. I don't really listen. No one bothers about players' wages if they perform. No one cares how much you pay them. It's only when they're not performing does anyone care how much someone's being paid. So, and I really don't like discussing what people are being paid as well because no one's asking me how much I'm being paid. So you know what I mean. So it's like
exactly. The last point I want to make.
Go ahead. Go. I was going to ask you something before you leave, but go ahead.
Yeah. No. You asked me the question. Then yeah.
Okay. So I should go ahead. Is that what you said?
Yeah, go ahead. Go and ask me the question.
Okay, I wanted to ask you. You've heard Andrew say he rates Raheem Sterling more than Hakim Ziyech, and nearly everybody on the panel say, wait. Because my argument is this: you would just say Raheem Sterling is the creator. He's not. He could score goals. Again, like Nick argued, he could score. He misses more than he scores. I don't have the statistic to back up that, but it sounds about right to me. But my question is, which of the players do you prefer and why?
I'll take Sterling because he's got experience. He's got clever movement as well. He's got great running. Okay, he does miss a bit, but he's improved his scoring under Pep. But I just think that he's just got that added experience that we need because I think, especially with our forward line, we lack that sort of nous, that know-how sometimes in that final third. And sometimes I don't know, it's about passing the ball too early or too late, or shooting when you shouldn't shoot, and that gets down to experience. And we just need, one or two players with a little bit of experience in that team. And as I said, he plays in the Premier League a lot. Yeah.
And can I just also add that if we keep this three at the back, and Tuchel, what he's done at the end of the season, he'd like to play more of a mount behind the two, then I don't need Sterling to create. I just need him to bag, and I think he's more clinical than a Werner. He's more clinical, probably even more than a Havertz. So that's what I would need him for. And creation, if we implement this system as it's supposed to be, the creation out wide will come from our wing backs anyway. So that's what I'm saying. I think he offers more. I think you're going to get more. Fine, he'll miss some. No problem. I think he's a very underrated player.
Yeah, good point. Because you look at Mane before. Let me just make one point. I just need to go.
Sterling, bring me Jesus instead of Sterling. Someone who can score and not dive around like a headless chicken. All he does is dive.
Nick, have you been watching Chelsea the past 50 years?
I've been watching Chelsea. I've been watching City. Yeah. And I see what Sterling recently he ain't.
Should I just bring up Arjen Robben, Didier Drogba, Hazard?
Yeah. Sterling is not Drogba or.
No, I'm not saying that. Else. I'm saying you're criticising his diving. Hello, Didier Drogba, Arjen Robben, Hazard.
See, he's a different sort of player. You can't compare.
No, I'm not. You're not listening. You brought up his diving. Didier Drogba.
It's not just the diving. What about the open goals he's been missing, Andrew? He misses open goals like I think
it's Max time. Let's Max use his time because he's at work.
Yeah, because I need to go after this point. But what I'm saying is, I've heard that Boehly is going to be consulting with. It's going to be a different way of managing now. Of sort of recruitment. Sorry. He's going to be consulting with Thomas Tuchel to see what players he wants to bring in to fit his system. Before, what we've been doing, which I think was totally wrong, we've been following the other models where we've been buying players and telling the manager to work with them. That's all well and good if your club has got a philosophy and a way of playing, but we haven't had a philosophy or way of playing. So for me, that's quite flawed. So with now, he's going to be asking him, what players do you want in the team? So for me, whatever players Tuchel picks, then those are the ones I'm going to be happy with. If he says Sterling, then I'll be happy with Sterling because at the end of the day, we're all critical of the manager. But one thing we can say about him is he hasn't had his players to work with. Now if he's got his players to work with, if it doesn't work, then you can say, it's the manager's fault. So I think we should back him. Let Boehly get the players that he wants, and let's see how it develops next season.
I think that's a very good one. And Max, I'll make sure to provide you complete information in the description section. I appreciate you finding time to join. And Nick, I'm going to come to you. Okay, Max, do you have any other thing to say? If you
no, I've got to run. I'll probably listen on, but I need to do.
All right, thank you very much. I know whenever you have time, you always join. I appreciate that. Nick, coming to you, I know you're a big advocate of giving Tuchel what he wants, right?
Yes, we have to because he hasn't had the chance yet, really.
Okay, so if he wants Sterling, you'd say give it to him.
No, I wouldn't. That's the only player I would disagree. It will only make Tuchel bad, and he could lose his job if he gets Sterling.
No, okay, here's the thing, brother. Sterling could still work for a manager that wants to use him to his strength. He's a poacher, that's the truth.
Keep Ziyech instead. You have a much better chance of getting somewhere. Not with
okay, let me ask you again, Nick. You love Tuchel. You want us to give him what he wants.
Bring me Lewandowski. Bring me Jesus, anyone, but not Sterling. Bring me Lewandowski. Forget Sterling. He's
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood.
I don't need Sterling. We have enough Sterlings in this team.
We
They're all
don't.
missed.
We don't. That's the problem. We don't have.
No, we do.
Here's the thing. I'm gonna do a poll. Nick, should I do a poll? Let me do a poll too. Let me do a poll because it looks like you and I were losing this fight. Because I'm with you on this one. I'd rather keep Ziyech.
Yeah,
than get Sterling.
Why? So,
Why?
can you guys explain why Ziyech should stay?
Yeah.
Can I
We've
explain?
had 2
Can I
years of
explain?
Ziyech.
No, can
Yeah,
I explain
like-
first? Okay, now listen. Here's why I prefer Ziyech over Sterling. Sterling is a runner. That's fine. And on his day, he's a poacher. If you
No, coach,
or if you want
can you
to
explain why Ziyech should stay in general, not a comparison? Why you guys think he should stay?
there's a reason. Listen, there's a reason he could stay. The manager doesn't rate him. We've established that. But if we're not able to bring in anybody, if all we can do at this point is just to fix the issues we have in the defensive department, he should stay until we get in place in that department too. Because if we sell him and we're not able to bring in anybody, that becomes worse. That's my reason. If Thomas Tuchel doesn't rate him, he should go. It's as simple as that. And like we've established, the player himself at this point wouldn't want to stay at Chelsea Football Club. So, Nick, I'm going to come to everybody. The question I want to ask you now...
Can I come in on that one? I'm sorry, that's not a good enough excuse. That
Wait
the
a
only
minute.
reason he should play is
Well,
because he can't...
Let me finish with him. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me finish.
Yeah,
first.
the only
Wait a
reason
minute.
why...
Nick, hold on,
man.
I'm coming. He asked me, he wanted to come in to what I'm
But
saying.
he's only going
That's
to
where...
talk rubbish as usual. He's going to talk about Sterling being good against God.
Just hold on. It's his
Lukaku
right. He
is
has the right
rubbish,
to say it, Nick.
Yeah, he is
Nick,
rubbish, man. Come on,
No,
Nick.
man.
I like the way Nick you say
Declare
other
you're wrong.
people's view. I like the way Nick you say declares views are rubbish, but yours aren't. Or something.
Okay, Declan, just give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Declan, give me 1 second. Okay, Nick, now let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Well,
And I'm gonna
can
let
I
you
just
know-
finish my perch, coach? I just want to say, look, the only reason you're saying Ziyech should say if we can't bring anyone. So I'm
That's
sorry
my
that's not
reason,
good enough.
yes.
I asked you
No.
why he should. We just established before he's the most easiest player to offload because of his wages, right? and he's still in his peak, and there's
And
still
Ten Hag
appeal
at
there.
United.
No, man.
Yeah, there's still so Ziyech is probably one of the easiest out of the attackers to get rid of, but the reason he shouldn't stay just because we can't offload him. I asked you why he should stay in the team, right? Not because he's our last resort he should stay. He's the easiest one to offload. I'm saying out of our attackers, right? Why should Ziyech stay over?
Why
He's
So
the
let me ask
easiest
you
one to
this,
offload.
Declan. Will it make sense to you if we
Doesn't
lose
make
him
sense.
and we're not able to bring anybody in? That's my argument.
That's not the reason he should stay. We can easily bring someone in, right? That's not a problem. The
All
problem
right,
is
all right,
it's
I-
not
bring
getting a
anyone in.
player. Getting an attacking player is not an issue.
No, we can't,
but
man.
why should Ziyech
Alright.
stay
Sort out the
and not be
defense.
All right,
replaced?
I'll come to you. I'll come to you in a bit. Nick, let me ask you this question that I wanted to ask you, but let me catch up with the chat, and I'll put a question in whether the let's see who the fans prefer. Spartanly, Rudiger, okay, that's just a conversation that have been having between them. Nick, the question I wanted to ask you, tell me why, without saying the other person, is a bad player. Just try as much as you can to avoid that. Why do you think we should keep Ziyech, and not sell him? And not bring in what's his name, Raheem Sterling?
First of all, look, we said it before a million times. We have to concentrate on the defense and midfield, and we need quite a few players for that. So the attackers we have should be good enough to carry us on. They have to change. If they don't, then that's the time to get rid of them. Not before they have a chance. They have to have another chance because they're only young. All of them, even Pulisic is young. So give them the next season. Havertz, Mount, everyone, see what they can do first. And Lukaku, if they don't do it, then it's time to change. But you have to sort out the defense. That's where you start. You don't start out in the attack. That's the main reason I don't want any, especially Sterling, who Ziyech is much better than Sterling anyway. And what makes you think Tuchel really wants Sterling? I don't get it.
It's not the question. The question is,
Yeah.
why don't you want Sterling? You haven't given us a
I
reason.
told you why. Because
You haven't.
I said we need players for the defense, Andrew.
No,
We need
that's,
to replace.
That's not the question. Why don't you want Sterling?
Because he's a diver.
Again, that's a reason for you.
No, no,
That's a
only
reason
that.
for
I
him,
mean,
Andrew. That's him.
He misses more than he scores. He open goals he's missing lately. I've seen open goals.
But the thing is, if Sterling arrives right now in his forward line, he'd be the most clinical player in that forward line right
How
now.
do you know? You can't say
Because
you can't
because
guarantee.
because
It's
because
probably
of
a
If
his
very
you
good
stats.
guarantee
chance.
that, then Tuchel will go and
Because of
buy him
his
right now.
well, I tell you why, Nick.
There's no
I tell you why.
guarantees, Andrew.
I tell you why. Why. Because of what I've seen over the past 3 years with this forward line,
All right.
or what
You
I've seen
haven't
of his stats. Let me
All right.
finish.
What about the open goals he misses?
How many open goals has he missed, Nick?
Quite a lot. Quite.
No. How many open goals in total has he missed? Do you know?
I don't know. I don't want to
I can think of a few. I can think of possibly 2 that are famous. I think they've been both in the Champions League, if I'm right.
Yeah.
But I'm not. The thing is, I need someone who can just put the ball in the back of the net more times than most, and that's what he can provide.
Oh, but
Ziyech in this current system, 3-4-3, he offers very little, and he's
All right,
not.
let's quickly let me bring in Declan. Ian, Andrew, I get your point, and Nick, again, you have every right, to say the reason you don't like him is that he misses more than he scores. But again, it's important. That was why I said I'm not going to argue that because I don't have the numbers to back it up. Go ahead, Nick.
I haven't finished yet. We need a goal scorer. I want to get Lewandowski, world-class goal scorer, not Sterling.
Okay.
Someone what Pep doesn't want anymore. Well, we're gonna go and buy all the scraps. Look,
Do you seriously expect us to buy Lewandowski while we still got Lukaku on the
no, that's what I'm saying. If Lukaku does go, bring in Lewandowski, not Sterling.
All right, I'll come back to you.
The problem with Lewandowski is this: there's no forward thinking with Lewandowski. In 2 years, we're gonna have the same. In 2 years, we're gonna have the same situations looking for another forward or another forward player. And I just don't listen. As great as he is,
If we're lucky.
I just don't see the point of signing Lewandowski. I really don't. It's just.
I think it was Bobby that argued the same thing again, and that's why we're here to learn. And I love the conversation so far. Declan, I want to see that fire in you before I go to Lionel. Joel, your thoughts to compare? Do you think we should sign, Raheem Sterling?
I just came back because I think it's Andrew, right? Andrew just said.
Okay, Lionel. Yeah, Lionel. Yeah, I was asking Declan. I'll bring you in because you just joined.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. So no worries, brother. No worries. You didn't know. So Declan, go ahead. I'm waiting. Let's hear that fire you wanted to spit.
Look, our attackers have been so poor that Sterling would be Andrew's right. It would be a massive upgrade. People that we want to criticize him on little things. You actually got to look at what's happening in our team.
Can you explain how Sterling would be a massive upgrade to are you saying specifically to Ziyech?
No, to anyone, to almost anyone.
Go ahead.
Because
go ahead, make your point.
He does a lot for. Yeah, he might not be as clinical, right? And it's true. We need more clinical players, right? But he does make he gets in a lot of positions, and he gets in those positions, and he might not miss or not, but he works so hard, and he can dribble. He can actually make something happen out of nothing. Right?
Have you considered?
And he gets in that box.
Have you considered we don't play like Man City?
We actually have some similarities in attacking phase.
Not really, not exactly.
Well, let me explain. So our wing backs are the attacking five. When we attack with 5, their fullbacks tuck in and they attack with the midfield. Still, it's the most stretched part of the pitch. You're still stretching. They still stretch the defense as much as possible and put so much pressure on. In our attacking phase, we do the same things. We just use wing backs and they use midfielders, right? So when it comes to the front three, it's very similar on the interchangeable part. You throw Sterling in there and he'll be anywhere in the front. He will adjust as more easier than what Lukaku did, who's just a point man and can't move left or right. That's what Sterling does. You think we'll play heaps different? He gives more for Man City, right? There is no slacking in that team. There's pressure. You got to win back the ball.
Do we have that? We don't have that. We don't have that, Declan. Listen to me. At Man City, we have.
Do you see Ziyech fitting in Man City? Wait, hold on. Let me ask you the reverse question. Do you see any of our attackers getting into Man City then?
Yeah. Atsuvena do well. Because all he needs to do in most cases will be just to tap in. Man City, the way they play, that's so different from us. In the final thought is this. They are less selfish than we are. Our players individually are more selfish than the Man City players. We play as a unit until it is time to score. Everybody becomes selfish. Everybody wants to be the scorer. But at Man City, they're always looking for the best positioned player. But we don't play like that. That's why I'm thinking. Do you think Raheem Sterling, if he comes to Chelsea, he starts firing on all cylinders? We wouldn't be able. We won't have a problem trying to get him integrated into the team. That's why I'm loving this conversation. Go ahead, so I can bring LSC, and I know Lionel has something to say this about too. And Andrew haven't spoken.
Why is he being dropped lately? Pep doesn't fancy him anymore. And what will have all the
exactly.
He doesn't fancy.
He doesn't start that much of late. Yes, that's the truth.
That's
Go ahead, Declan. You were saying something.
He still plays a lot of games, and that's Scotty's stake. There is actually heaps of players challenging for that spot. They got Grealish, Mahrez. You know how many players? They got heaps of attacking players up front. Even Jesus.
No man, he's lost it. So Sterling.
Nick, hold on. Nick, let him finish. Nick, let him finish. Go ahead, Declan.
Finish.
But you're trying to make a case that he doesn't stand for Man City. Timo Werner doesn't start. None of our attackers will get into Man City as well, right? And they won't even challenge. At least he gets more games, right? He'll walk in our team if he came. So to think that everyone's like, oh, I don't want to lose Ziyech. You got to think we've had a sample size of 2 seasons and 1 season with Lukaku. There is enough for you seen, right? Over 2 seasons to say Ziyech doesn't fit in our system, he's not good enough. And Ziyech isn't young. Even though he's probably baby face for some people, he's not young. He's in his peak. He's a mature player. So is Lukaku, so is Werner. These players don't have leeway. I give leeway to young players.
Everybody will speak one by one. Everybody will speak. Please, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Declan. I like this conversation. And the good thing is that it's not a fight.
If you want me to fight, I can fight.
Look, we got...
Go ahead. Just let him finish. Go ahead, Declan.
Look, these excuses of we don't want to lose too many players. If you bring too much players in, all this fear-mongering of a change, right? What we've accumulated, right, over at least 3 seasons, is an attack that is so poor, is lackluster, right? And the quicker you start getting them out and getting new attackers in, the quicker we can move forward and start actually taking our chances and clearing it. But you take this same attack into next season because of a fear of losing too many players, right? We're going to have the same issues again next season. It's not like these guys are just going to turn it on all of a sudden. We've had 2 seasons, and Lukaku probably is the lowest sample size we have, right? So he can maybe turn it on. But he's shown heaps of doubt off the pitch for me too as well. And he was the one that was meant to hit the ground running more than anyone. So even the 1 season was like is too much of a leeway for him as well.
Yeah.
So there is this. People got to get rid of this fear, right? Look, there's Pulisic, Mount, Havertz are young players, and there's definitely growth there, right? But Werner, Lukaku, and Ziyech have no excuse. And they've all come out as well. Sorry, they all come out as well and probably criticise how they don't fit in the system. Except Ziyech. Sorry, Werner and Lukaku did. That they feel they don't fit in the system, and Ziyech, we already know he doesn't fit.
And also, Nick, man, I've got to pull you up. To say you don't want, one of the reasons you don't want him is diving after seeing some of the players we've had over 20 years. Doesn't make any sense. Plus diving.
Havertz and Werner dives,
yeah, and plus like diving now, if it's for a penalty, VAR should pick that up. So I don't really see that's not a point to not buy a player because they dive. We bought handfuls of players.
Yeah, but the point is we have a problem with being. Sorry to interrupt you guys. Because I'm sitting here with I'm so shocked.
Wait a minute, Lionel. So if Pep doesn't fancy, I think Tuchel will. That's what I think.
How do you know he doesn't fancy him? He plays him. He's got a big squad. He doesn't drop it. He doesn't drop. He has a squad. He rotates.
Yeah, but here's the thing again. In terms of the case of whether Pep fancies him or not, there's an argument for that. There's an argument against that. They haven't renewed his contract. You could argue for that. That's a sign that he doesn't fancy him, because if he really fancies him, they'd renew his contract.
He doesn't fancy him anymore, like he used to.
Nick, you could argue that. And there's also an argument saying they have a squad, and that's Man City. That's a time John Stones didn't play for almost 2 months.
Exactly.
And then
they haven't renewed Gundogan's contract.
Exactly. So there's argument for both ways. So let me,
Isn't there also
LSG haven't spoken for a while. Andrew, I'll come to you in a bit if you don't mind.
Okay.
LSG haven't spoken for a while. He's a gentleman, and that's why he didn't even cut in. And Declan, I hope you didn't get offended that I was stopping you to ask you questions.
Of course not.
All right, okay,
I
thank
actually
you.
encourage it.
LSG, coming to you, brother. Are you still with us? Sorry, it's been a while. I know at the time you left us, that was probably the reason. Are you there? I'll get to you. I know you have some fire you went into speed. So, LSG, can you talk about the Sterling links to Chelsea and whether you bring in Sterling and whether you're for us, letting Ziyech go and bringing in Sterling?
Yeah, when it comes to Sterling, I'm kind of indifferent in a situation. The only reason I won't want him is not actually on pitch related. Might be to do with character, because Thomas Tuchel is quite particular about that, about the attitude of the players. How, because he doesn't want a disorganized dressing room. He's learned from his experience at PSG, where that was a major feature of their dressing room. So he doesn't want a repeat of that, and we're already seeing what player power can do, so to speak. So that would be one reason for now, because in the Premier League, once you've been tagged, as a steady set of player, for example, Kevin De Bruyne was skeptical of meeting Raheem Sterling at Man City. He was skeptical. He didn't want to play with him. Why? Because of the media, because of what he's heard, what he's read and stuff like that. So we have so many players that count on him. And I would say, you know what, in Rio, he's actually a nice person. Once you already have that tag with you, like someone is talking about diving, and all these issues, we don't know. We don't know, who is recommending Sterling to Chelsea. Is it Tuchel that's making this recommendation? Is it Peter Cech? Who is doing this? Is it the media?
We're going to be linked with everyone.
Exactly. So this is the point. I'm not going to pay attention to until the takeover is completed, and then I see what our movement is on the market, and then I'll know whether this thing is serious or not. Because you cannot say on the one hand that you have a certain budget for transfer, and then you come around and tell us that we have to sell first. Who made the predictions? How many players do we have to sell to raise 200 million? Or is it a question of us raising 50 million while they raise 150 million? These things are not clear. So that's why I don't believe I will take credit to the story. So, and again, you can't have that kind of budget and talking about signing A-listers. Is he not aware of how much we pay for just one player in Lukaku? Yeah, 100 million. All right. So if you have 200 million and we actually want A-listers, from the context of rational expectations, one would believe that could give you maybe minimum, maximum 3 players, right? A minimum 2 players. So where is the rebuild? So any stories coming out right now, I don't believe it. With on the issue of Ziyech, I like the player. I know it's more suitable to the 4-3-3 system. I'm not going to fault Tuchel if he doesn't want to switch the system, if he doesn't want to. If Ziyech is ready to stay and remain at the club, because this idea, even we fans, we are doing it, always complaining that this player is not playing, or this player is not being played by Tuchel, is being maltreated by Tuchel. Look at the other big teams across Europe. The players, they remain in their team. All right, we don't hear this feedback. Maybe I'm just in an echo chamber. I know I do pay attention to other clubs, all right, but I don't see this. I don't see this rumor, this attitude of, it's a do or die affair right now. It's a Armageddon because Ziyech didn't play. So as long as we're not having, like Tuchel will call it, noises, these are noises, internal noises, external noises. As long as these noises are not coming in our direction, we shouldn't, do anything to raise the noise. What we as fans should concentrate on right now is to create an atmosphere at Stamford Bridge, because right now the atmosphere is close to dead. I'm telling you, it's almost like a library. Yeah, You don't have to rely on team performance on the pitch, yeah, for you to start singing and and trying to build them up. All right, the team is supposed to bring or drag energy from you, not you dragging energy from the team. That's what we fans should concentrate on how to build an atmosphere for Thomas Tuchel. Because I saw the atmosphere he had when he was at Mainz, the atmosphere he had when he was at Dortmund. It's not the same here. It's not the same. So we should focus on building an atmosphere for next season.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tobago. Thank you for kindly saying that. I think there's a comment I wanted to read. I don't think it's right to say that. He says, anyone thinking Ziyech is better than Sterling, you're just dumb. In all honesty, again, we don't like calling each other names. If you disagree, again, what I've always said before is if you disagree with anybody's argument or opinion, then present a counter opinion, present a counter argument. Don't call people names. We don't condone that here, and I don't think it's okay to to do that. Please, it's again, I'm going to come to Andrew before I go to Lionel. Lionel, please just be a bit patient with me. Andrew, speak. And again, I must say this. I love it. How would be, the arguments have all been all civilized. We've not called in ourselves names. Just it is fun when we debate. It's a debate. Let me not call it an argument because some people it's easy to misread that as a fight. Yeah. Debate is good. You learn from each other. There's always something to learn from one another. Like I've said before, there's an argument you could argue, yes, Sterling, that Man City, Pep doesn't fancy him that much. You could argue he fancies him. You could argue the reason you'd say they don't fancy him is that they haven't renewed his contract. But that's, by the way, we're not there. We don't know the reason. Again, there's a chance it's because they have a big squad. But Andrew, your thoughts on whether we should sign him, whether he will solve a problem for us, and whether he's a better option for us to have in the squad than Hakim Ziyech.
I believe he will solve a problem for us. I believe he'll add more goals than what we've got at the moment. I believe he will contribute more than a Ziyech will ever contribute. The thing about his contract is, now, he's approached, I think he's either going to be 27 or he's turned 27. So that means he's coming into the prime of his career naturally. He might be looking at a situation going, okay, I'm great being paid this much, but I also want to play as well a lot more. And that's what players want to be paid and play. And I think you might look at a situation going, yeah, it's a great squad and I'll probably win the Premier League a couple of more times, but how much game time am I going to get? It's a big squad. We have a load of quality players. We've got now added Haaland into the mix as well, and maybe that Argentinian kid they want to keep as well. And Jesus maybe going out, maybe not, but I'm thinking about myself, So I think that's why maybe we haven't heard a lot of his contract talks. It's gotten down to a year. Maybe he's actually decided to go, I'm going to consider my other options elsewhere. Because he's been there now 7 seasons. He's been there. He's won basically everything apart from the European Cup. So I just think if an opportunity arises and we're not even meeting with his representatives to even discuss and show our interest, then I'd be really disappointed because he is an upgrade on every single forward that we have at this club. He's an upgrade, in my opinion. He is an upgrade, and I just think Lewandowski will never come to this club while Lukaku is still at this club. It just doesn't make any financial sense. And like I keep saying, Lukaku, unless someone offers between 75 million and he's willing to, and they're going to pay him, or he's willing to take a pay cut to go there, then I think we're stuck with Lukaku for at least another season. And also, I think we've seen it in the past that Raheem likes to work off. What's been different the last couple of seasons, though? City don't play with a natural forward, number 9, and Raheem likes to work off that. We've seen it for England, works off Harry Kane. We've seen it in the past where he worked off like Aguero and everything like that. And maybe someone up there like a Kai, like a Lukaku, he's able to work off them and get his goals that way. So I think there's a big upside in signing Raheem Sterling. I really do.
Again, that's a good argument, and a lot of people in the chat seem to agree. I think it's about 50-50 now, but we'll find out. Lionel, go ahead. You tell us what you think before I go to Maddie. Maddie, welcome to the panel, by the way. I've missed you You came and showed me how good you can be when debating your opinion. But once you run away, it's been a minute. But Lionel, go ahead.
From me watching Raheem Sterling, since he's been at City, and especially this season, if you look at a lot of Raheem Sterling's goals, they come from their tap-ins mostly, right? Coming in on the back post and tapping the ball into the back of the net. A lot of those chances are also missed right in front of goal. So we're putting another Werner into the team, basically. Secondly, the way City plays it has nothing to do with the way Chelsea play. I don't see how that is even close to how we play. The way City go forward, the way Chelsea go forward, is you can tell that it's two different mentalities. It's two different approaches to the way to the game of football. Raheem Sterling is not the answer for Chelsea Football Club because he is not clinical. Raheem Sterling is not this is a big thing. There's two things that are spoken about Raheem Sterling. Him being fragile and diving all over the place and not being clinical. The problem we have at Chelsea right now is a lack of players, a lack of finishers in front of goals. That's the problem. We're creating the chances. We're getting forward. We're moving the ball the way it's supposed to, but in front of goal, we are not clinical. And adding Raheem Sterling to that is just adding to the problem. It's not fixing anything. Raheem Sterling, again, is another player with an attitude issue. If he doesn't get, if things aren't going his way, he throws his toys out the pram. And that's another issue why Raheem Sterling will never fit in this Chelsea Football Club. I cannot believe that out of all the players that we have, I think Gabriel, what's his name? The number 9 at City. It's
Jesus.
Jesus. Yes, I think he's even a better option than Raheem Sterling for this Chelsea squad. I don't know why Raheem Sterling is even in the conversation, because what Raheem Sterling, and also, can I say, the comparison, you cannot compare Raheem Sterling to Hakim Ziyech, because Raheem Sterling doesn't create anything. Raheem Sterling is not a creator. I watch quite a bit of Man City's football, right? I watch Liverpool, I watch Man City, just to see kind of the difference in levels between us and them. And Raheem Sterling is not the player that everyone thinks he is.
Lionel, can I just interfere? Sorry.
Yeah.
One second, you can come in. 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, look, that's what I've been saying. He's not, I'm not saying he has an attitude. He will freeze if he doesn't go his own way. He will stand there, like Lukaku does sometimes. So we don't need another one. I don't know how you see he's going to.
I don't know what Nick. I honestly don't know what you're watching. And also, just to respond to Lionel, tap-ins great because our players don't get in position for tap-ins. So I'll take that all day. You say he doesn't create. He's got 9 assists this season, so that's a falsehood as well. He gets into positions our forwards don't even bother moving into. Okay, I will take 15 to 20 tap-ins all season from Sterling because I know he's going to be in that position to do so. Unlike the decrepit forwards
he
that we have right
now.
He doesn't stand around Nick like Lukaku. He doesn't stand around like
Lukaku.
Lukaku. So I don't know what you're watching.
How many
you're not watching.
Tap-ins did he miss? Werner's the same as
all right, Declan, are you finished?
He's got 17 goals this season.
I didn't even start yet.
Yeah, he's got 17 goals. He's got 17 goals because of the system.
Okay, Lionel, are you finished?
No, but hold on.
Waiting.
You said Sterling doesn't create. Dribbling is a form of creation. He dribbles, gets in the box. He makes stuff happen out of nothing.
I disagree with you. Sterling is not a good. He's not in terms of that is creating isn't one of his fortes.
He's got 9 assists.
No, it's your interpretation of creation that's wrong. You guys think creating is only these long balls and someone gets the end of it.
No, that's not how
he gets the ball and he can dribble into the box.
Well, no one is
Well,
saying that.
let me ask you: Is dribbling a form of creation?
One of our greatest
Wait a minute,
creators
man.
Okay, everyone is
What's
talking
the-
now. Lionel, can you finish? I'll ask the client this question again.
Like, I'm
Lionel,
just gonna
finish.
respond.
Finish.
I'm just going to respond to that. One of our greatest creators in the past 10 years was Eden Hazard, and he didn't give any long balls or anything. No one is saying that only creating is long balls and through balls and all of that. No one is saying that. I'm saying from watching Raheem Sterling week in and week out, the reason why he has all these assists is because of the way City plays. City relies on every single player to do their part, especially in front of goals, right? We don't have that culture at Chelsea Football Club.
Yeah.
Like it was said
Yeah.
previously, we are individuals that are selfish, that want to score. And that doesn't mean it's necessarily a bad thing, because if we look back at Lampard was that way, and
that is a bad thing.
Ballack were said.
Let him finish. You can when you come, you can talk about that. Declare.
That made,
Yeah. No worries, bro.
Lampard that selfishness made Lampard the best midfield to ever grace the Premier League. So, well, how is that bad? I don't understand how you can say that is bad. So, looking at Raheem Sterling and the way he plays, he doesn't fit into Chelsea, because he's going to have to be more of an individual and show us that, like the same things that we're asking from Pulisic, the same thing we're asking from Ziyech, the same things that we're asking from a lot of our forwards is what, and our team, Kai Havertz walked into that Man City team. Lukaku walked into
No, he
that
doesn't.
Man
Kai Havertz
City
is
team.
not walking into
No,
that
no.
City team.
Yes, okay, go ahead, Lionel. Finish. Lionel, finish. Maddie is waiting patiently. Go ahead, Lionel.
Those were my points, basically. I just don't think that Raheem Sterling is the answer to the lack of clinical players that we have to add someone else who is not clinical. It just doesn't make sense.
Can I address one of the points you made was that
you're right,
you said because he gets his chances.
Look,
No, hold on. You respond to my question. Don't interrupt.
Look,
Don't interrupt. Hold on.
I have to finish my point. You've talked more than me today.
No, you haven't even started your point. I was still in the middle of mine.
You started. You've been
All
talking.
right, hold on. That is Lionel talking, and Lionel, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you, Declan. I'll come back to you, Nick. Lionel was talking, and I think, Declan, have I asked you about Hakim Ziyech? You've compared the two players, right? I've talked to you.
asked him 100 times, Coach.
Okay, and I've asked you, Nick. So, Lionel, are you finished? Let's bring in Maddie. I'll come back to you, Nick. I'll come back to you. No, hold on, Nick. Hold on, please. I'm coming. So that let's try and be organized here. Anybody doesn't feel like the other person talks more than them. Maddie has been very patient, and thank you for LSG for being a gentleman, because for why he didn't speak. Lionel, you finished, right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, Maddie, your turn. I can bring in Nick and Declan to say whatever response they have for Lionel later, because I don't want them to start something else. Somebody will start cursing or anything. Maddie, go ahead. Do we still have him here?
Is he on mute? No.
He's not. I didn't mute him myself. If I mute him myself.
Let me come into where Matty comes back. Look,
all right, Nick, go ahead. Take a minute. We don't have too much time now. Take a minute. Declare. Thank you for understanding, please. Go ahead, Nick.
Declare, just keep your mouth closed, please. Lionel made a great point.
That's really rude, Nick. I'm going to have to say it to your face.
I didn't say it bad. I said keep his, because he interferes all the time.
All right, go ahead, Nick.
Time's ticking, Nick.
Stop interfering, undeclared.
All right, Nick, go ahead. I'm glad we're laughing now, but go ahead.
Don't make me laugh, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look.
Go ahead.
Lionel has made the best point here today on this channel. The only decent point, I've been hearing, all this about Sterling, hyping up Sterling. He's not a Chelsea player. He never will be. He's not in Chelsea's DNA, first of all. Go back and see the players we've had in the past. Tell me who you can compare Sterling to. We don't need them sort of players. Even Pep doesn't fancy him, like Lionel said. Pep doesn't fancy him, and they never do anything to get rid of him. Like we ain't gonna make that mistake and bring him here, because he's not for Chelsea. Ziyech is a million times better. Keep the players we have rather than get Sterling. If you want Chelsea to go down in Lukakau never score a goal, bring Sterling. Then we will never win a trophy again. That's what I have to say.
All right. Again, everybody, we're all okay. Declan, go ahead. Your turn.
So the point I was keen on making.
Hang on, Declan. He only likes Lionel's because it agrees with him. That's why he said it's the best comment he's made today. Of
course, yeah. Hey, so
Lightning
brought up a point.
Can you say that?
I disagree with Lionel before.
I said he said Lionel made the best point today because he agreed with what Nick was saying about Sterling.
He agrees with me. Sterling is
that's why you guys agree. You bounce off each other.
We're not talking about Sterling still, are we? We're not talking more about Sterling.
Okay, go ahead, Declan.
Yeah, I had a quick point that I've been keen to get out
back
because
now, but Declan, go ahead so that before Maddie comes in. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll say it quick so Maddie can jump in. Leonard said that Sterling scores because of the system. But he's then happy to keep players that don't suit our system. You said Sterling gets the goals from his system, right? From the Man City system.
Yeah.
And that we have players now that don't suit our system. So are you happy to get rid of everyone?
Yeah.
Like Ziyech doesn't fit the system. And you brought an example of Lampard too, right?
Yeah.
And Lampard was on a level that he had a freedom role. So did Hazard. And Lampard still fit the system. Right, so if we get players that fit the system, then obviously they're going to get goals. So why keep players that we don't have the system for then? Because Sterling can still play the system we play, but you still want to keep Ziyech, Lukaku, and Werner who don't fit the system. And you said these players will keep the Man City.
Let him say something so you understand. Maybe he's trying to correct you.
I was trying to get it all out so I didn't have to.
He come back to you.
But what you're saying has nothing to do with what I was talking about, because the question wasn't do we keep these players instead of bringing Sterling in. The question was, does Sterling, number one, fit Chelsea, and number two, is Sterling better than Ziyech, which I disagree with. This is what I'm saying.
But Ziyech doesn't fit the system is what I was getting at.
I'm not saying... okay, yeah, but that doesn't mean that Sterling would fit the system better. That's my point.
Yeah, but no, you said that Sterling only got his goals and contributions because of benefiting off Man City's system.
Yeah.
Right? So Ziyech doesn't fit our system, so he's not benefiting at all. There's a case to be made that Sterling fits our system, is more ideal to our system than Ziyech is.
How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because he attacks in the front three, and he has the dribbling skills to get in the box. That's basically almost what Pulisic does, but fails to score, right? And he is more clinical than Pulisic, the way Pulisic has been going. So he's adapted to the
argument. And I just want last bit I'll say is that this bumping up of Ziyech because you don't like Raheem Sterling is just for me it's nauseating. You know what I mean? It's like point of contact. If you don't like Sterling, just say it, but don't try and bump up Ziyech.
No. I'm not saying that. I don't.
No, not you. You're not saying
that. I'm not saying that Ziyech is better than.
Not you, Lionel. I know you're not saying that. I know you're not saying that.
Okay, I'm saying that Sterling doesn't fit our system. The reason why he has the assist and the goals that he has at Man City is because of their system going forward and what they do when they're in the box, right?
But also, I understand.
If you look at how Kevin De Bruyne, maybe Riyad Mahrez out of every forward in Man City is the most selfish because he will actually take the shots on. But the Gundogan, Kevin De Bruyne, and so forth, they look for that final pass when they're in the box. They look for that final player, which we don't have at Chelsea. So if Raheem Sterling walks into our Chelsea team, he is not going to get Mason Mount is not going to look for him, when he's in the box to make that final pass. This is the problem we're having. That's why people are saying Lukaku doesn't get the service that he needs because no one is looking for him, and that's also, the problem. And that's the difference.
But the thing is, how many times this season has a ball gone across the box and not one of our forwards has been in there? You say about Raheem Sterling. You say about Raheem Sterling only getting tap-ins or anything like that. I believe his movement is better than most of these forwards. What?
Andrew, Mason Mount's crosses are being going sky high.
I'm not talking about even Mason Mount. I'm just talking about anyone passing it across the box.
Over the Matthew Harding end. I'm
not talking about Mount particular. I'm talking about anyone. How many times?
Yeah, but that's the problem. Only
Have we
Ziyech
seen the
can
ball
cross
go
the
across
ball.
the middle of the box and no
Ziyech
one's
can
seen
cross
it?
the ball when he's on form.
But that's when
Oh.
Lukaku's not in the team, Andrew. That's when like Lukaku's not in the team. But when he
you guys
is
are
there,
talking about
there
90s
is
football.
someone. There is. How are we
Go on.
talking about 90s football?
Well, you're really stuck on service. So the only way we can fix our system is the service is not getting to Lukaku. That's why Lukaku can't score, and the whole thing is broken down.
That's
Who else has
literally
the
the
problem?
opposite of what I'm saying. It's literally like
You just said exactly that. No, you said exactly that.
Literally the opposite of what I'm saying.
All right, I think we should try and bring in Maddie. I think this has been some delicious conversation here. If you want to phrase it that way, I'm really loving it. But before I bring in Maddie, I want to say Oliva Idahoso, you're asking for the link. I cannot do that because there have been incidents. Some content creators were being sabotaged. Somebody will come onto the panel and show new pictures, and their channel got suspended, and it took them a while to get it back. So before I will give you the link, I'd have to, you would have to be connected on Twitter, and you send me a DM. I get to know it, and I'll send you the link. So if anything happens, we'll know where that is coming from. And this is Devil's Army says, what about Neymar? Then I can't talk about that again. We've already discussed it. Tobago coach was sorting it out. Again, that I can agree with on the clad. On my other account, again, that's you. He's telling something. Ziyech 4 goals and 3 assists. Sterling 13 goals, 6 assists. Again, that's another great argument there. And Chidera Ogusa says, who will fill in the column perfectly is what we need. Can we expand our search for such player away from EPL? Let's go to South Africa. What? And get talents hungry for South America, so to speak. Talents hungry for this game. Good ones and low cost. Again, here's the thing. I think it was True Blue that made the point. All players we got directly from South America hasn't worked. You can check Kennedy. You can check this one called that went on loan to Inter Milan. I've forgotten his name. A right back. There's a few of them. So all the players, Brazilians, has worked for us. Again, we got them via European clubs.
That's why we need to. I'm pretty sure, Coach. That's why we need to get rid of most of these scouts and bring in a sporting football director.
Yeah, exactly.
Who knows what they're doing. That's why I'm mad Campos has gone to PSG, and I'll leave it like that.
Yeah, again, I think Campos would have done well for us, and that's why I actually wanted. You say yes, and I think other people also have talked about it here. And we have a tribute saying Liber Sterling does not fit the system either. What is the point of replacing him? Okay, again, talking about a fitting system, how does anyone know that Sterling won't fit? And again, how do you know he's going to work? That's the case. You don't know until we try it. There's a chance he comes to Chelsea and becomes a Ronaldo or Messi for us, but you never know. Mikhail here says, he says, our build-up is too slow. That's the truth. That's the truth. And in most cases where we suffer during games, that's what happens. How do we change that? By bringing in Sterling? Another argument, and I think I'll highlight that when I'm making the question so we can round off with it. Yeah, I saw that report. Again, this is just a conversation. So, Maddie, you have the floor. Go ahead, spit your fire.
Do you know what, right? I mean, we're talking about a player that's in 2 different positions. Ziyech plays on the right and Sterling plays on the left. Now, if you're going to replace anybody, it's going to be Werner or Pulisic, surely. It's not going to be Ziyech. Secondly, Sterling has played for Man City in his 6 seasons, 194 appearances and has scored 75 goals. That's according to Transfer Market, right? How is that a bad investment? This is a guy that is a proven winner. He has won the Premier League. He's won domestic trophies, right? Hold on, Nick. Hold on.
Let him finish. Go ahead.
Right. So not just this, right? Yes, okay. He's probably what is he? Andrew, is he 20? Is he 27, 28?
I think he might have just turned 27. So that's it.
He's still in his prime. So he's not exactly like he's knocking on the retirement door. It's not exactly like we're looking at Lewandowski, who is at the prime age of his career and he's not interested in joining us. Sterling will come to our club wanting first team football because he ain't going to get it at City this year, right? City have got their own little flow going on here, and especially bringing in Haaland, it will require a tactical change, right? So will Sterling fit in that system? No. If Tuchel thinks, right, this is the one thing I want to fire at every single one of you that says that you're backing Thomas Tuchel, right? if Thomas Tuchel thinks that Raheem Sterling fits his system, why do you think you shouldn't be giving him Raheem Sterling? If he wants Raheem Sterling, if Sterling fits his system, why aren't you backing the man? You want
Because
to back the manager, back.
He's going to fail, man. He's going to fail, and we won't win nothing. That's why.
Okay, see. Here's the thing. Maddie.
Hold on.
Maddie, you asked a question, right? You asked a question, Maddie. You asked a question. Okay, Nick, he asked a question.
Let me
answer the question quickly. Yeah, take a minute. We don't have too much time. You know what I'm supposed to do at this time.
And look, man, you're bringing in Sterling. Say Tuchel does want him. We love Tuchel, yeah, everyone. But if you bring Sterling, we will lose Tuchel. That's what's going to happen. He's not Chelsea DNA. Forget Sterling. He's not the answer. Lewandowski is the answer. And he will...
Nick, I think I see where...
Barcelona going to Lewandowski. He's going to Lewandowski. Lewandowski's going to Barcelona.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying
that's
we can
irrelevant.
stop that. It's because of Lukaku.
Nick,
if Lukaku doesn't stay, Todd Boehly can go and grab him from Barcelona.
All right, go ahead, Maddie, finish your point.
Yeah.
Nick, right, look, Sterling has got...
Answer.
Honestly, it wasn't. No, I mean, look, I haven't got a problem with what Nick's saying. I haven't got a problem with what Nick's saying at all. I think Lewandowski, a caliber like Lewandowski, is a good idea. But when you've got the likes of Lukaku that's here, that's sapping wages, we were looking at Neymar. He's going to sap wages. Lewandowski's going to do exactly the same thing, right?
But Lewandowski, if Lukaku goes, I'm saying, but we're stuck with Lukaku. That's the thing.
And you don't care about Lewandowski's wages either.
Yeah, but Pulisic, right? You're saying about the likes of Sterling diving. Pulisic's done it. Werner's done it. Ziyech has done it. All these great players. Havertz has done it. Look at the players we've had before. We've had Didier Drogba. We've had Hazard. We've had all sorts of players that have dived it. All the world-class talents have dived.
These arguments that you guys are having.
All right, okay, Nick, you've answered his question. You believe you've answered his question? No, you've answered it. He asked you. You were the first person I said. No, Nick. You were the first person I said answer his question. Okay, go ahead if you have more to say. Go ahead, Nick. Go ahead.
Yeah, look, Matty, look. Yeah, we have Werner who misses open chances. Yeah, we don't need another one. Sterling has recently been missing open goals, hitting the post from 2 yards out. He's done it a lot this year.
Pulisic's
I'm not talking about
goal.
Pulisic.
Yeah,
forget
but
Pulisic
how can
now.
you say so Pulisic? Are we adding to the problem?
Wait, Lionel, let me
it
finish.
doesn't make sense.
First, wait a
So
minute,
does
Lionel.
Pulisic.
Lionel,
Okay, yes, of course, but...
Wait. Yeah, look, we don't need another Werner in the team.
My God.
I agree that the scouting department needs work, right? I'm saying that the scouting department... The scouting department does need work, right?
We don't have one. We need Czech to get out there and do something, because no one else is. We need.
All right, can we do this? Can we do this, please? Can we do this, please? Okay, Nick, let's stop right now. Maddie, once you're done, let me know. You go ahead, talk, Maddie.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Right. Okay. Look. I agree 110% that the scouting department needs work, right? That's the one thing that Todd Boehly needs to sort out, right? He's got big shoes to fill, right? And he's got so little time in which to do it, right? But adding the likes of Lewandowski, who's 34, who's already out the door to go from Bayern Munich to Barcelona isn't the answer. And neither is, Sterling might not be the right answer for everybody else, right? But if Thomas Tuchel wants him, and you said that he's the best manager you can get, why are you not backing the man? Right? You said that it's Thomas
Tuchel say this?
Because I don't want...
Let him finish, please. Let him finish. Go ahead, Maddie.
I am saying hypothetically,
if hypothetically Thomas Tuchel wants Ronaldinho, like what? How does that make sense?
Hold on a minute. Ronaldinho doesn't play anymore. That's irrelevant. That's a pointless argument.
That's why it'll be a free transfer. That's why it's appealing.
Yeah. Look, if we were gonna we're more likely to go for Ousmane Dembele. Let's be honest, right? He's been more he's rejected Barcelona. He's rejected PSG this morning, right? So we're more likely to get Ousmane Dembele. Facts, right? But if Thomas Tuchel says, do you know what? I'm going to do a bit of blue sky thinking. I've scouted Raheem Sterling. I think he's decent. I think he will fit into our system, right?
Okay.
Are you not backing Thomas Tuchel now? Because that's what
Thomas Tuchel. But as someone that's watched Raheem Sterling, like I watched Lukaku at Inter Milan, I knew he wasn't right for the system that we have at Chelsea. And Lukaku came and he flopped this year. This is what I'm saying. You can tell, you can look at a player, his attributes, how he plays, to see if that fits in the system that your team is playing. It doesn't necessarily mean that just because it's working at Man City and he scored, he has 8 assists at Man City, is the same thing he's going to come do at Chelsea. Chelsea Football Club, we're notorious for taking players that have had wonderful seasons, amazing seasons in other clubs and come and do nothing at Chelsea Football Club. For someone who is mediocre at best at his own current club right now, because if you look at the top players, especially of the last season at Man City, Raheem Sterling is not in the top 5. So if you talk about a mediocre player coming to a team that's notorious for top players coming and not doing well, Raheem Sterling is not the answer. That's my point.
Andrew, you can see it as well as I can,
in one of the best teams,
you can see it as well as I can.
Watkins is better than Sterling.
Okay, let's hold on. Maddie,
anyone, not Sterling.
Can I just
hold on, please? If it's not your turn to talk, just let me do something here. Maddie, let me ask you this question. You know why? This is a brilliant argument, actually. Although it's not been coming out as organized, everybody's talking over each other. That's the problem. But I think this is a brilliant discussion to have. Now, let me take it to this, Maddie. You just joined. Here's this comment here by Mikhail that says, this is the same argument used when signing Lukaku, using statistics. We use statistics. Some people say he scored a zillion goals in Serie A. But in the end, the statistics isn't really, it didn't help matters because when he came in, it turns out he has created more problems for us than he's solved. So do you trust that the numbers you're seeing, because I've said something before, I've alluded to something before, the fact that City play differently. At Chelsea, we play in terms of the way we behave in the final third. At Chelsea, we play as a unit in terms of defending, pressing, but once it's time to score, everybody wants to be the goal scorer. And that's not the same as City. At City, he's used to getting it on the plate. And forget the numbers. And tell me also, answer this question on the screen. Do you think Dada, using his statistics, is an assurance that he's going to work at Chelsea? Again, I'm all for if Tuchel wants him. If that's really the truth, get him for him. But go ahead.
The stats are different wherever you go, right? And at the end of the day, that was not my counter argument. My counter argument was if Thomas Tuchel has said that I think Raheem Sterling will fit the system, right? Then he wants him for the system. You've said that you want to back Thomas Tuchel, back the man. If he wants these players, look, I'm not a fan of Pulisic. I didn't want Christian Pulisic. He was one of the worst players I didn't want. The Intersurfer's nodding his head. He knows my hate for the man, right? And I know that we deserve better, right? I know we do. We need a better scouting department. We need a better tactical analyst department. We need a better set piece specialist. We need a better defending coach, right? There is a load of things that we need that's better, right? But at the same time, right, the whole premise of stats, yes, is to show the records, and yes, we've got to remember, Lukaku was in a different league. It's Serie A and the Premier League are two completely different leagues. The Italian league, for somebody that watches it, is a very defensive, very counter-attacking, right? So it's a very different type of league. The Premier League is a very rough, tough league, right? And it's all about attacking play, right? The only time you've seen anything close to Serie A almost is how Antonio Conte manages Spurs, right? That's the difference, right? At the end of the day, I completely agree with that comment, by the way, that one that you've just moved, back your manager, right? If Thomas Tuchel seems to think that he's got a different, don't forget, this guy's not even having a holiday, right? So he's already looking to see who he's going to fit this system next year. Who does he, and not just that, Lukaku wasn't really on his list. And let's be honest, it was not on anybody's list. I was on the football terrace last year, and Winter Surfer might back me up. I don't know whether or not he was there, right? I wanted Erling Haaland as well as David. I wanted Erling Haaland. I didn't want Lukaku. I wanted Erling Haaland. So Haaland for me was the one option. We ain't going to get Haaland now. He's gone to City, right? But at the end of the day, if he wants Lewandowski, if he wants whoever, I'm backing him. I don't want Perisic, in all fairness, because Perisic is a 34-year-old player, so he's well into his prime. Now, if we're talking this tactical rebuild or squad rebuild, and we're wanting to have youth prospects, then in some ways a 34-year-old signing isn't a great example. Neither's having Thiago Silva, which is a counter-argument to that, but we do need experience. At the end of the day, though, if my manager wants those type of players, and this guy is a proven winner, I'm going to back my manager.
Yeah.
So regardless of what the tactics say, no matter what the statistics say, I'm backing my manager, because at the end of the day, we sing in the stands, we've got Super Tommy Tuchel, he knows exactly what we need. Well, then listen to exactly what he needs.
That's a very brilliant argument. No matter how we see it, if Thomas Tuchel wants him, we can't change that.
Yeah,
we'll eventually get him.
Like,
yeah, go ahead. Andrew, you wanted to come in because you said you want to leave.
Yeah.
And again, I have to thank you for staying this long. I appreciate
it's a
that.
pleasure. It's always a pleasure to be invited on, first of all, and I hope people are leaving likes and subscribing. Like you say, I like the fact that we can debate without it resolving.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
No,
I would just say this.
Let me say this. I will never slag Andrew off because he does talk sense. With Sterling, he's completely wrong, I'm afraid.
Okay.
I knew that was what you were going to say. Andrew, go ahead, brother. Just go ahead.
I'll just say this. I think when we have these discussions, I think what we have to try and do is just have our own opinions on it. I know Matt, he's right in the centre, and if Tuchel wants him, that's fine. But we don't know. So I think we need to get away and just say how we think what we think they'll add to the team. Nick, I'll go back at you on one thing when you say, Sterling will definitely fail. You want Lewandowski. I think he will fail. I really do. His current time.
Yes, exactly. We're all entitled to our opinions.
Exactly. I will just say this. I look at Raheem Sterling's overall game. Is he the most clinical player? No. Would he be more clinical than the people we've got playing, either left or right? Because I believe he can play both. I think he will. I think he offers more movement. And I think he would get into the positions that some of our guys only dream of, that don't even think about, like on the end of tap-ins. Like I said previously, how many times this season have we seen the ball go across the box and not one of our forwards have been there in a position to do anything? Listen, I doubt we're going to sign him. Let me just say that. I doubt we're going to sign him. I think if push comes to shove, he'll either sign a new contract or he might go abroad.
I just tell you something. Andrew, wait 1 second.
Sure.
Look what someone just gave me this. Can you see it?
Yeah, what is that?
It's a club Chelsea from Roman Abramovich.
Oh, nice. Nice.
But yeah, that's not easy to get.
But yeah, I want to say thank you, Coach.
Someone just brought it.
I say thank you. I hope to be on a bit more over the next coming weeks. I'll be off work, so. But I'll speak to you guys later.
Andrew, it's always brilliant, always nice to have you on the panel again. It sounds like we're fighting, but we're debating, and that's what makes it a great show. But I appreciate you finding time to join today. I hope to have you again next time. So what we'll be doing right now is try and take the inputs in the chat quickly. So we're round up, because right now I should be on my way to somewhere. I know Nick understand. I think I told Declan too. Declan, quickly, the question on the screen here, the comment on the screen here, can you address it quickly?
Yeah, you could say he's the English Pulisic, but he's a better version. And if Pulisic was any better, we wouldn't be having this problem. Do you know what I mean? So Pulisic's still young, he still can get there. It might be, there's similarities, I can see that. I can agree with that.
Yeah, Lana, you want to say anything to that? Go ahead. Okay, sorry, you're still talking. Go ahead, brother.
No, that's all I was saying. I got to run too, since...
all right. Thank you, bro. You know where to find the link in case anytime you have time. And we still have something we discussed halfway, so we'll still complete the discussion later.
Thank you, everyone. See ya.
More thanks to you, brother. Maddie, you want to say anything to the comment on the screen?
Look, I mean, let's put it this way, right? We're comparing what exactly a Lexus that's half decent to a battered Nissan Micra, aren't we? As far as Pulisic wise, you know, I mean, he hasn't really done a lot since he's been here, and yet we're comparing him to Raheem Sterling, who has actually been pretty decent overall for Manchester City. I will
tell you something. I think Raheem Sterling is miles above Pulisic.
Exactly. So, you know, I mean, Pulisic, like I said on the stream the other day, he'll do well at Crystal Palace. He'll be the Wilfried Zaha, but that is it. You know, I mean, he does need to go. And, you know, at the end of the day, I can see him doing well. It always happens. I said it's on GNA TV the other day, right? Knowing our luck, he will go. And I said this after Kevin De Bruyne left. Right, I watched Kevin De Bruyne's last game for Chelsea against Hull. Right, I was at the game. Right, and the first thing I said was after he assisted and played a really good game, I said, "Do you know what?" I said this to my mate. I said, "If we keep him, we'll do all right." Within a month, we got rid of him to go to Wolfsburg, and I went, "Jesus Christ, he's going to come and haunt us." And by God, he has. Right, and I'm pretty certain Pulisic will do exactly the same. He will come back and haunt us, possibly at an Everton. Or, you know, do you know what? I could see him going to Newcastle or West Ham now because they've got rid of Jared Bowen. They've got rid of Jared Bowen now. They'll be looking for somebody to go up on that left-hand side. Pulisic will fit the option, I reckon.
And they need some statement signers. And they do need some statement signers.
Exactly. So, you know, at the end of the day, like, you know, it'll do well for David Gold. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's rubbing his hands together thinking, good, American money, lovely. You know, I mean, that's all that, you know, we brought him in to effectively be a cash cow, really, haven't we? Which isn't fair, which isn't fair on him, really. But that's Bruce Buck's fault. That's not anybody else's fault. That's Bruce Buck's, because he actually orchestrated that deal. And to be honest with you, I mean, if we get rid of Pulisic, the first person I'm possibly looking at is Ousmane Dembele or somebody like that who can play along that left-hand side. If Sterling, if at the end of the day, Nick, I know you don't like him, and I can very much appreciate and respect that. Couch, I feel, you know, as well, you're not a big fan of him. I can respect that. You know, there's people that don't like me for my opinions on Pulisic, but there you go. But I respect their opinions. But at the end of the day, for me,
your opinion on Pulisic, man.
But not for Sterling.
But for Sterling, right? If Thomas Tuchel feels as though he can fit the system and he's willing to give him a try, then we've got to give him a try. You know, at the end of the day, you know, what would be worse is if we don't give him a try and he goes elsewhere and he fits into exactly the same system and he excels. You know, you only need him to go to what, Arsenal, Manchester United, if dare I say it, or take him to a Newcastle. If Newcastle got rid of Eddie Howe, they were a top 4 team. Simple. They've got the money. If they have an experienced manager, right, they'll be a top 4 team. If they get hold of if Raheem Sterling goes to Newcastle, right, and he performs well, we'll be eating our words. Trust me.
You know, that's the truth. Again, that's what it is. That's what we're known for. You know, but then again, the one thing about when you're talking about smart people like all of us on the panel and everyone in the channel, you will never have the same opinion. You will never have a uniform opinion. That's why we're all smart. You know, and if we can all agree why have a show in the first place, I appreciate that great input for you. Nick, just take just a minute to tell me what you think about this comment on the screen, because we should round up so that I can go take care of other things. And before Nick talks, I want to ask everybody in the chat, if you haven't, please just like the video. It takes just a second to like the video. And we've earned almost 100 subscribers today. So if you haven't, please also do subscribe to the channel to help us reach 2K subscribers as soon as possible. And look at the Twitter handle for everybody on the panel. You can go check him out, Lionel Joe. If you search that, you will see him. And more importantly, check out his channel. But more importantly, I will make sure to provide the complete information to his channel, so you go check it out. And if you haven't, You have to watch the Lukaku he made, warning us not to sign Romelu Lukaku. You have to go see that yourself. Again, good thing the dislike button is hidden. That video got 10 times the dislike, 10 times dislike than he had
You
likes
love
on.
bringing that up.
Yeah,
You
but
love
he
bringing
ends
that up.
up he's saying the truth. But that's, by the way, Nick, your thoughts on that comment on the screen? Nick, you still there?
Yeah, what's that about the Pulisic?
Yeah, it says Sterling is the English Pulisic, and hence,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, he's asking if it's better. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. What about Pulisic or Sterling?
This comment here is saying that Sterling is the English Pulisic, and hence he's asking if he's better than Pulisic.
Yeah. I told you. I said, look, this is what I believe. Sterling is not for Chelsea.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see him to make us any better than the players we have. Even Pulisic. I know Maxi doesn't agree, but for me, Pulisic can be a good player still if he, sorts out the injuries. For me, he has more skill than Sterling. Sterling is like a goal hanger. In the old days, we used to have goal hangers. That's what he is. He waits for tap-ins. And Werner does the same. So why do we need Sterling when we have Werner? And Werner's faster anyway. So, yeah. And for me, like Lionel said, I agree with Lionel on this. It's not for us. I back Tuchel every way. Matthew, I do back Tuchel. Sterling. That's what I think.
Yeah. Again, here it says they're agreeing with each other. Say you go hear what you are spot on. Let the manager have his speaks, and I think that will happen. But we're here just to discuss the speculations and come to a sensible conclusion. And Mikhail says this is why we need a DOF, and that's the truth. We run our transfer business like shopping at the thrift store for thrift products, but pay luxury prices.
Now, don't call him Declare in the chat anymore. His name is Undeclared. If you're going to put anything in the chat, to declare Undeclared.
All right.
Please.
All right. Let me quickly round off here. Liam, I agree,
mate, but catch you later.
Okay, brother. Thank you very much, Liam. I agree, but he will get fired if he sticks to system again.
Top guy, Matty.
Headed off again. Yeah, thank you very much, everybody. It's been such a marathon show, and I think it's been a brilliant show. And I appreciate my brother Lionel finding time to join us here, because I know how busy he's been. I cannot thank you guys enough. Nick, thank you very much. Even though we had an issue between the panelists, but I'm glad it's been sorted out. I want to say thank you to everybody that found the time to join us here. It's been great. Those in the chat, True Blue, Liam, for all those taking care of all the nonsense. Some people are coming here to add. Mikhail, also Steve Chelsea, True Blue, everybody else. And if I missed your name, and sorry, my brother Eric Blue, he says, good afternoon, last Coachila. My brother, how are you there? Nice to see you again. Again, with that, we'll come to the end of the show. And I hope see you guys tomorrow for another Blue Morning show. Thank you very much, and God bless us all. Bye.
Bye.